Alright, looks like we're live. Congratulations, Upward Ninja. You are first. Alright. Start with some political shit. Do I have autism? Probably.
It's about Mitch McConnell freezing up because everybody is... Yeah.
Here's the McConnell.
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator Penny.
Oh, boy.
Why is this guy not in a fucking old folks home? Holy shit. How, like, the idea that this guy could, like, hold any job is just crazy.
Okay.
Like, how can he be a senator?
Somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
Was he able to take another question after that?
I think there might be more, I'm not sure.
He was able to talk a little bit more now.
That is so strange. It almost is like some type of seizure, maybe, right?
Yeah. Maybe the thought of another campaign season.
It was...
I'll collab with Jason Genova when his grandma dies. And he starts uploading content again. That'd be pretty hilarious.
It was completely triggered. Are you going to run again?
Yeah, getting the question for 2026. Jeez.
How old will I be?
Star Fox. Sam, did you hear about Compass Medical up here in Mass? Abruptly closing all their locations in spring. They left tens of thousands of patients and employees scrambling to find new providers and jobs after being blindsided. They were one of the largest healthcare in southeastern Mass, with Brockton Hospital closed for a while due to a fire in February. Things are pretty strained around the eastern half of the state as clinics try to absorb new patients and healthcare workers. They also haven't paid another company they owe $20 million in damages. Wanted to put this on your radar. Wow, crazy. All right, I'm going to read 10 IMs and get out of here. I don't know what's happening. The show seems to be shorter and shorter every day. Although it goes longer and longer. There just seems to be less time to get to stuff. Art Vandelay. Is Art Vandelay one of the names from Fletch?
I think it's Pynchon.
Or no, or maybe it's...
I think it's Thomas Pynchon. Right?
Oh, is it Pynchon?
I think maybe Cromwell 49.
It's a fictional character George Costanza invents when in a job interview.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I hope Emma is enjoying her day off, eating sushi and playing poker with the boys who own Bugattis. Political expert Tim Pool, boys are Republicans and girls are Democrats. Wild to hear Oliver Anthony say his song is not political. The song literally makes a statement about welfare policy and the distribution of tax resources. Is he just not so very self-aware or bad at writing folk songs?
Yeah.
Again, I mean, I think that people have been trained to believe that politics is a very narrow thing, rather than the politics that they're thinking of, politicians arguing with each other, isn't a reflection of what is going on in the ground. It is a distorted reflection, but it's a reflection nevertheless. Antonin Scalia. We don't mind you going late, especially when you talk about labor. These guys just make shit up so hard and convince themselves they're...
Yeah, I'd go down to Florida to train with the Misfits. Like, I'd have to go down to train with Jason, too. So, yeah. Let's take a look at some Sam Sulik.
It's not over. Are you guys insane? It was the last day of the end of the videos? You are out of your freaking mind, my man. Now we just start the cut. We got day one of the freaking cut, god damn it. So, gonna be pretty similar.
Matthew donated $2. React to this. Speaking of that song.
It's a little odd to me that he's almost slapping in the face the people that made him famous. It's off-putting. I didn't like this.
G donated $2. Thoughts on Marianne Williamson running for the 2024 Dem primary? She's a pro-Russia, pro-fascist piece of shit, and she spreads Kremlin propaganda. Her views on global politics is just terrifying. She's at least as bad as Trump. She has the same policies as Trump. It's just all appeasement. And she lies about it. She spread that lie about Boris Johnson basically fucking up the peace talks with Russia. That literally never happened. That story was just fabricated. She's trying to make it seem as though Russia has some sort of claim to, like, Crimea or the Donbass region, which they fucking don't. She's also making it seem as though appeasement would actually do anything, as if you could even negotiate with Russia. She's just a fucking moron. Completely and utterly brain dead. Thanks for the donation, G.
99 logs of poop on the wall, 99 logs of poop. You take one down, chew it around, 98 logs of poop on the wall. 98 logs of poop on the wall, 98 logs of poop. You take one down, chew it around, 97 logs of poop on the wall. This song is making me horny. Are you?
I am not horny, but thanks for the donation, sir. I appreciate it. I don't know, maybe it was Discord. I fucking hate how there's these, like, apps and shit that if you use them, it changes your microphone settings. Super fucking annoying. Well, I'm not a poop fetishist, microwave poop, so it's not making me horny, but hope you're having fun. Thanks for the donation, dude.
She didn't like it. And who is she? Well, Newsmax contributor and Daily Caller reporter Chrissy Clark is pretty salty over the fact that the latest viral sensation, Oliver Anthony, who went viral for his anti-establishment folk song, has basically snubbed the Republican Party, who wanted to claim him as one of their own. Now, why did they want to do that? Because of some lyrics in the song that went viral, which we'll get to in just a moment. But Oliver got fawning praise and a pretty warm reception from right-wingers for his song, Rich Men of Richmond, or Rich Men North of Richmond, I should say. And so let's take a look at the particular lyrics that they liked, and then we'll give you the updates on what happened. So in the song, which I think is a really good song, and you should listen to it if you haven't already. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control, want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't.
Rich, can you send me the 17-minute segment of the genetic potential chat on yesterday's stream? Wanted to show a couple friends. Sent you a DM on Insta at _EricMcCarty.Jr.
Yeah, I can't. I deleted the stream right after.
Don't forget Marianne Williamson said that the United States is escalating tensions with China as if it's our fault. Also Cornel West is just as tarded. He said we need to abolish NATO.
Whoa, that is fucking stupid. How in the fuck are we fucking instigating China? Like, the amount of fucking cyber attacks China has committed against the United States. Like, what are... Oh my god. Yeah, these people are fucking retarded, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb. Yeah, so Eric, I can't send you the segment because I deleted the stream right after it aired. I had to because I could get my channel taken down for nudity and shit, so I just deleted it right after. Sorry about that. Thanks for the donation though, man. Ugh. Would I try it in a small town? Try what?
Think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't, and then he uses a word that I unfortunately can't use here, and it's taxed to no end because of rich men north of Richmond. So you can understand why conservatives might hear those lyrics and think, oh, he's one of us. I'll give you a little more though. I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. That set the left off and led to all sorts of criticism toward him that I didn't think was smart from the left, and I'll explain why in just a moment. But Fox News even used that song at the very beginning.
That lyric just sounds like somebody who's a libertarian. Doesn't sound like somebody who's right wing. That's pretty fucking funny that they're triggered that dude was like, do not claim me as your own because you're all fucking retarded.
Rich, can you send me the portion of yesterday's genetic potential chat? I DM'd you on Insta, username is @the_Eric McCarty.Jr.
Yeah, again, I can't. I deleted the stream right after because fucking jackasses went into the chat with, like, again, nude videos, so. Or not the chat, the live room with nude vids, so I just deleted it right after to be safe. Thanks for the donation though, Eric.
Especially since the videos are really mainly just about the lifting. Occasionally, I'll talk about, well, I'll get into the diet too. But basic idea, I'm going to drop the calories down, limit them to, well, I'm going to see. I'm not exactly certain because I was doing 2,500 on my last cut, but I've definitely built some more muscle. I'll see how I feel. Right now, I kind of have a difficult gauge because one thing you can do is you look up your maintenance calories online. You plug in your height, your weight, your energy level, or your activity level, your age, your gender, and what's gonna happen is you plug in all that info, and it'll just poop out a number. 2,800 calories. I think those are probably good as a ballpark estimate, but you're really it's not going to be exactly accurate. I would say, well, for me,
they're pretty damn accurate.
If I just eat as much food as I'm hungry for, that's my maintenance calories. Right? If I just satiate my hunger, but don't go overboard,
yeah, those calorie counters are pretty damn accurate. Because even if you have a high level of exercise energy expenditure, what typically happens is non-exercise energy expenditure goes down. So it's pretty easy to make a good estimate when it comes to caloric intake versus expenditure on those apps or websites where you just plug in your height, weight, and shit, and then ask how much you should be eating if you want to lose weight or gain weight. So there's not much inter-individual variation.
Don't eat a fucking ton every time I eat. For me, just naturally, I'll just eat at maintenance. So if I were to just eat whatever I want, or just whatever I'm fucking hungry for, whenever, I'd say I'd probably end up eating around I don't even know, maybe 3,500 calories or so, something like that. Definitely no less than that. But what I was going to say was, let's say you do plug in your your info into the maintenance calorie calculator, and then it tells you if you want to lose weight, eat 2,500 calories per day. Now it'll tell you a little so what you should do. How do you figure out what macros you have to fucking do? Because 2,500 calories, that doesn't mean anything, right? You can make 2,500 calories with just pure fucking fat, right? Or you could just eat a fuck ton of carbs only. You could eat just fucking 2,500 calories worth of Skittles, and that would be 2,500 calories. So I'd say a basic rule of thumb for dieting for me, or I'd probably recommend it to you guys as well. This is kind of I'd say this is a pretty decent way to go about it, is you take your maintenance, drop it down a couple hundred to a deficit, and then your protein should be a gram per pound of body weight. So if you're a 175 pound dude, you need at least 175 grams of protein.
On a somewhat aggressive diet, or if you're already fairly lean, that would be a good suggestion. I don't think you need to start a diet off with 1 gram per pound body weight. At least not for most people. But yeah, I would start off with just figuring out how much protein you really need. Again, like between 0.75 grams per pound to 1 gram per pound, somewhere around there. And then you should aim for maybe like on a diet, try to have like 20% of calories coming from fat, and then, or more if you prefer, and then just the rest carbs. I'm having insane hiccups. Oh. The only pathogen I tell are so baby, so cheesecakes. Let me take a look. Oh my god. Wow. Now that's a good fucking guinea pig. Oh my god. Now that's a nice cow. Whoa. He's got a tomato. Jesus Christ. It's funny how he eats it right in front of the camera. That deer is giving him a funny look. It's a nice deer, though. Wow. It's shedding its antlers. Yeah, it's really weird how deer do that. That they shed their antlers. I never knew that until like fairly recently. How's the diet going? Just fine. I'm losing a fuck ton of weight each week. I can literally see a obvious visual change each day because I think my weight loss is averaging about a pound per day. Maybe slightly less on non-training days, so like 0.7 pounds or something. But I'm not super hungry constantly. I can get through my training sessions without too much difficulty. So I can keep doing this as long as I need to, really. Chances are the diet's going to be done in the next 3 to 6 weeks. I think probably tops 9 weeks, but probably in the next 3 to 6 weeks, I can finally stop dieting. Thanks for the donation, though, The Only Path.
Sneeko calling out vegan gains and all other red pill creators. 3 minutes in.
Let me take a look. No, I'm not taking DNP. There are few reasons for why I'm not taking DNP. First reason is it can make you go blind. It causes cataracts. Secondly, you cannot be sure about the dosing. So there's not a very big difference between efficacious dose and lethal dose. So you can kill yourself. Even at low doses, you can actually die. You have to be pretty careful with what you eat because it's it's a mitochondrial uncoupler, so it creates a massive amount of thermogenesis. So if you have a very high carb meal, you can, again, heat up really, really rapidly and die. And third, it zaps your energy like crazy. Like, you're fucked. So the net effect of you not having any energy to train versus just not taking it, training harder, probably not the most massive benefit. Dr. K calls himself Harvard psychiatrist, but he never went to Harvard for school. He was faculty at seminars and was a research assistant. He went to school in Texas. That is weird. I'll maybe look into that.
What happened during the stream last night? That was some extreme porno.
Yeah, I tried using StreamYards to have video chats and debates with anybody who wanted to come on, and then trolls came and then showed porn, so I had to take the stream down. So I think I'm just going to stick to Discord if I ever debate random people again, and only do video calls if I, like, know the person beforehand and they're, like, vetted somewhat. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Appreciate it.
You're falling asleep on Discord, debating the same talking points all day long, and you're still poor, and you still get no bitches, and you still couldn't, even if you're waiting until marriage. You still got...
Sneeko talks about the same shit constantly, and he's been doing that for years. It's just that everyone's retarded, and they like watching retards, and he's a retard. So he's made good money doing retarded shit.
Nothing going on with your life. What are you doing? That's the most blue pill shit, is just always talking about the same fucking things. We get it. Porn is bad. Haram! Don't do that, it's a sin!
That's literally him.
Trannies! Like, oh my god, we get it. Can I go outside now? You dissing the thing that made you famous? Like, I've been famous. I've been doing this for 10 years. And I think one of the new criticisms that I'm getting is like, Sneeko is always like changing. What, I'm always trying to make different types of content? What you put on the internet, especially if you've been doing it for as long as I have, what you put out on the internet is not the definition of who you are. Some things are fun to do. I like doing different types of stuff. I like talking to different people. There's the Rumble audience, you guys, the Rumble audience wants me to be like this. Bro, I was at the mall talking about moving into a content creator house with some of my friends, and then people are messaging me like,
being poor is gay.
Move into an Islamic learning house. Bro, what the f are you talking about? You want me to move into a mosque?
Getting into
to be in this? I thought we were on the same page, and that's what I realized on my core audience, like the people that come in here all the time. If you look at the comments with the video, I did a video with Neon and Jason Love, right? We just got dead.
I do not hear him talking about veganism at all.
I mean, you can get away with less, but I'd say that's around. That's good. That's a good amount. That's within the range of an effective amount of protein. A gram per pound of body weight will do you good. No need to do like 2 or 3, but you also don't want to do like, only a quarter gram per pound either. So.
Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
A gram per pound of body weight, and then I remember seeing somebody say some shit like 50 grams of fat is
50
about right,
grams.
just to make sure you can still, it's just good for you to have that much oils floating around, triglycerides and whatnot on them. So pretty much what I'll do is I'll do gram per pound of body weight of protein, around 50 grams of fat, and then the rest I'll just eat carbs. But what I was going to...
Okay, that's really weird that he doesn't calculate fat as a proportion of calories, but instead just says 50 grams. So it should probably be calculated as a proportion of calories. You don't need to be exact. Like, I mean, if your target is like maybe 20% of calories, you can have 25, you can have 15 some days, but yeah, a little strange that he'd just go with an absolute number recommendation rather than a percentage of daily calories.
What I was going to say was, I'm not sure how many calories I'm going to limit myself to, because I can't really tell how...
Hey you big jerk. You left stream implying you were going to unexist yourself. Not cool. The world needs people like you. Without you, people like Russell could take over. His power grows day by day. What is Sam Sulak's height and weight?
I believe he is 5'11", probably 5'10". He's probably 5'11" on Tinder. And about 240 to 50-ish pounds. I think he said at one point he bulked up to like 270 or something, but right now he should be around like 245-ish, give or take. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Yeah, I did do that, I guess. Sorry. Russell Brand is a fucking jackass. I hate him so much.
Back to this wonderful, mischievous, mysterious, extraordinary, half-broken, half-wonderful, snapped-off, mercurial, extraordinary anomaly, this antithesis of everything, this
just die, please. Yeah, I guess I'll stay alive just so people like him don't take over. Thanks, Quest. Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation.
How hungry I am. So to be in a deficit, just by nature, your body is telling yourself, or your body's sending you, your mind signals, you're not eating enough food, you should eat more. So let's say you plug in your information into the stupid simple, into the calorie calculator, and you've been eating that many calories, and you don't feel hungry. That's probably a fucking sign that your bulk is your calories are just way too high up.
Nope. It's not. So when you're talking about small caloric changes, especially if you intelligently plan your meals, so you have get the fuck out of there. If you plan your meals so that you have more low calorie dense foods, you would expect to not experience hunger. And of course, you can also take drugs that lower appetite, so like caffeine, nicotine. There's like weight loss pills, stuff like that. But no, it's pretty common when you're talking about small deficits, so like 500 or fewer calorie deficits, that you don't actually experience hunger, at least not to any significant degree. There's like, even when you're not hungry, maybe it's like just some people that can feel this, but like you can feel when you're losing weight. you're not necessarily hungry, but you just kind of feel it. It's hard to explain, but you just feel when you're losing weight. If you feel like again, it's kind of like you feel your blood pressure go up. You feel the glycogen in your muscles and everything. Like if you're feeling that sort of feeling, then you might be eating too much. But if you're feeling like lighter, your muscles don't feel as large and swollen, and you feel like your blood pressure is going down, then you don't necessarily need to feel hunger. Those are also signs that you're losing weight.
What's up, Negro? I missed your kick or keep stream but saw the video. That was probably the best debate performance I've seen from you. You kept your composure while getting 10v1'd. The only caveat is you tend to fall apart when debating smart people.
I don't. But thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Appreciate it. They were retarded, though. Thanks, man.
Sounds like he is juicing big time. What is Samsulak's age?
Oh, yeah. I can't know what the guy's taking. He may be like a crazy genetic freak, and he's only taking like low doses or something, but I would imagine he's taking all the steroids. And he's only 21. So I think he started taking steroids when he was 19. Either 18 or 19. And yeah, he's only been on gear for like a couple years. Thanks for the donation though, Sam.
To achieve worldwide veganism would be more plausible in a world where world peace can be achieved. You won't be able to convince the entire world to change their diet and eat less animals, especially if you can't convince them to abandon warfare.
I would disagree. The thing that would, like, I guess it would technically not be veganism, it'd be like plant-based-ism. But what's likely just going to get rid of animal agriculture and the use of animals is just technological improvements. So, like lab-grown meat, once it becomes cheaper, everybody's just going to move to using that. So whether different nations get along or not, as long as there's an economic incentive that's strong enough, you're probably going to see people just move to completely plant-based food systems. Thanks for that donation, though, Smithereens.
I'm not saying that you should always be fucking starving yourself. Absolutely not. That's fucking immediate road to going catabolic, lose some fucking muscle. But, if you are trying to do a deficit and you're trying to lose body fat, you should feel it, I would say if you don't feel like you're kind of manually eating less than you want to, well then, you're eating as much food as your body needs, because then you just be, like I was saying before, you're just eating as much as you want. You have to fucking, you gotta put the fork down sometimes. There is no possible chance that you can lose body fat.
So he's on a bunch of different drugs, steroids, especially things like Tren, IGF-1. They can really increase your appetite like crazy, or like IGF secretagogues or growth hormone secretagogues. So if he's on shit like that, yeah, dieting for him.
Hey VG, why did you delete the stream the other night? How's diet going? Abs coming through? Are you risking rebounding and gaining weight back the lower your caloric intake is? Hope you're well, honey bear.
So the diet's going pretty well. I'm losing a lot of weight very quickly. And yeah, I'm starting to get definition in my stomach. Starting to see veins in my arms. So I think in another 3 to 6 weeks, I'll likely be done dieting. I don't see it taking over 9 weeks. Like 9 more. And no, not really. So some people might experience that when they really heavily restrict. They might rebound super hard, but generally speaking, faster weight loss is associated with lower risk of weight regain. Just because your stomach shrinks, oftentimes like food preferences change as well. So I don't think I'll have a problem with rebounding. And I deleted last night's stream because jackasses came in and showed porn. That's why. Thanks for the donation, Prismo.
What was Sam's weight when he started?
I don't know what his weight was when he started, but he was like actually tiny. He was he was doing like Olympic diving. He wasn't in the Olympics, but he was like doing diving, and he was like a pretty slim dude. You could kind of see that he has good genetics for like muscle growth still though. Like he was relatively muscular, but he was way, way smaller. He was probably like around like 160, 170. Like at least in the photos that I saw from him when he was in high school doing like diving. But thanks for the donation, Sam.
Genova the autistic cutie patootie.
Why do they add those stupid songs to those videos? Thanks for the nation, Majin Buu. Video gamer donated $2. This is my video game setup. That cartridge lets me play every Super Nintendo game ever made in a single cartridge. I think I've seen that before. Is this a... I'm really worried about fucking Reddit. Yeah, I've seen those before. You just add a little SD card in the thing. That's a better option than using individual carts because it reduces like wear on the contact points. Thanks for the nation though, video gamer.
My wife and I love your OnlyFans. Could you autograph my wife's pussy with your cock?
Sure. 200 PayPal buck and I'll do it. Appreciate the donation, Omar Vegan Runs. Dodo donated $2, gave me a bunch of Twitter links. Let me take a look at these. Yeah. Why does it have to stay up?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
That's pretty good.
How much cardio can you do without it affecting muscle gains? Twice a week fine? Asking for a friend.
It really depends on how much like weight training you're doing, how much non-exercise, like non-training specific exercise you're doing, and like genetics and shit, how quickly you can recover. I'd say your average person could probably do around 30 minutes, give or take, of cardio per day, with like medium style intensity without it really, interfering with your weight training. Once you start to approach an hour, that's when you're probably going to notice like it is cutting into your weight training. But around 30 minutes, give or take, probably not going to really notice anything. Thanks for the donation though, Hamza.
That if you eat more calories in the day than you burn.
Yeah, so like I was saying, this guy is on a cocktail of, drugs, especially if he's taking like growth hormone or IGF-1 or secretagogues. He probably has like a pretty big appetite. And for him, yeah, dieting, if he like restricts at all, he's going to feel hungry and he's going to like have to will himself to stop eating. But chances are your average person can just get into a moderate deficit without really noticing any hunger. Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, sir.
Could you fuck me slow in the ass? If you catch my drift.
I don't think so. But thanks for the donation, Jameson. Gamer donated $2 currently playing this as well, so fucking addicting. AVP Alien 3 and Biker Mice from Mars is next on the list. Any Super Nintendo games you really liked? Also, how are you today, champ? I did not have a Super Nintendo, and I don't think I've really played any Super Nintendo games. I remember I got an emulator for, Super Nintendo, and I played some of Castlevania 4, but that's it. So, maybe Castlevania 4 if you're into it. They did make Final Fight games. They made Final Fight 2 and 3 on Super Nintendo, and I've heard those are pretty alright. Is this just the stupid tournament fighter? Yeah, that looks like it, sucks. The AVP arcade game was fucking awesome. You should try playing that. And I'm doing, okay today. Not great, not terrible, just okay. Dodo Denny Tillers, why do you think Kamala Harris is so hated? Because she isn't... I don't think a bad person, but I think she just speaks and feels like Hillary Clinton in many ways, even though she is not that. Also, click my other link. So yeah, I forgot. Sorry. Kamala Harris is a two-faced liar, and she's stupid. That's why people hate her. So she talks about having all these progressive beliefs, but then she does fucked up shit like extending prison sentences and forcing people in jail to fight forest fires, crap like that. And she's in favor of incarcerating people for weed and giving really harsh sentences. Even though, literally on stage during the debate, she admitted she smokes weed. It's pretty fucked. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo. Oh my god.
The spiky cutie pies at Tacoma, Washington's Point Defiance Aquarium.
That hedgehog is really cute.
First anesthesia, so it won't feel any pain.
Dude, that is so weird. How you have to, like, do this shit with, like, a tiny little animal?
By the way, the 4-year-old passed their checkup with...
Oh, he's so cute. I like that nose.
The left-wing lunatics are trying very hard to bring back COVID lockdowns and mandates with all of their sudden fear-mongering about the new variants that are coming. Gee whiz, you know what else is coming? An election. They want to restart the COVID hysteria so they can justify more lockdowns, more censorship, more illegal drop boxes, more mail-in ballots,
Here we
and
go.
trillions of dollars in payoffs to their political allies heading into the 2024 election. Does that sound familiar? These are bad people. These are sick people we're dealing with. But to every COVID tyrant who wants to take away our freedom, hear these words: we will not comply. So don't even think about it. We will not shut down our schools. We will not accept your lockdown.
I don't know if he forgot, but he's not president. So why is he saying this?
We will not abide by your mask mandates, and we will not tolerate your vaccine mandates. They rigged the 2020 election and
Like, it's funny, if there's if there is a mask mandate in whatever state he lives in, he'll say, oh, I'm not following the mask mandates, but if he has to, like, pick up food or something, he'll just have an assistant wear a mask, go to the grocery store, pick up food for him or something. Like, he's just a fucking bitch-ass poser.
And now they're trying to do the same thing all over again by rigging the most important election in the history of our country, the 2024 election, even if it means trying to bring back COVID. But they will fail because we will not let it happen. When I'm back in the White House...
I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like, if infection and death rates increase, then, like, yeah, you're going to have a lockdown if it gets bad.
I will use every available authority to cut federal funding to any school, college, airline, or public transportation system that imposes a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate.
How the fuck could he do that? What? That's insane.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god, dude. This is just crazy. Don't care what Bill Gates says. Him and Biden can kiss my ass. Klaus Schwab and the WF can too. This isn't a democracy or a democratic republic. It's a constitutional republic, and we will not comply. It is a democratic republic.
I'm just going to say this. I heard this morning on another podcast that this variant obviously is already sweeping the UK. They're considering having all their citizens in the UK mask up again. Guys, I am begging you. If you stood down in 2020, please stand up in 2023 when this hits our shores. Because if you think you lost freedom last time, it ain't going to be nothing compared to what they're going to do this time.
It is going to be, if not exactly the same, probably less severe.
And if we overwhelm these idiots and let them know that we will not do this, and those of us that stood last time don't have to stand alone, then we can beat this. We can actually beat them at their game this time. So please don't be a coward this time. Don't mask your kids up. Don't go and not go to the grocery store without your mask on.
This bitch is going to go to the store without a mask. They're going to tell her to leave. She's going to refuse, and then she's going to get arrested for fucking trespassing. And then she'll have to pay like a $50 fine in court. Such an idiot.
Don't send your kids to school with masks on. Don't stop hugging each other. Don't stop going to church. And if your pastor shuts his doors, find a new church. If your pastor finds a way to agree with the narrative, find a new church this time. Guys.
Yes, because churches are supposed to have a low reverence for human life.
We are living in the end, and they are trying so hard to tear down our country from within. And they're doing it, and they're going to continue doing it. And the only way for us to push it back is to stand up. There are far more of us than there are of them. But they are going to work exceptionally hard, and I guarantee you, if they start pushing this in our country, it will be far worse than it was last time. Far worse than it was last time.
These conservatives are just kooks. Like, total wackos.
Gazokli adopted hens. Says he feeds the eggs back to them like other sanctuaries do, but then gives the rest to his neighbors. His reasoning is that it stops them from buying. Thoughts? Start at 1600 hours.
Yeah, let me take a look at this.
Saying I'm the next anti-vegan because I've got hens in my garden without knowing the full story. They're already saying that I'm now going to be eating meat and stuff like that. People are so judgmental these days, and it's so fickle almost, because
Those
I've
chickens
devoted
are
my
pretty.
life for the last 7 years to spreading a plant-based message, spreading the message of eating and nourishing your body with plants only, completely. So as soon as I have hens in my garden, I'm now the anti-vegan. It's a shame, really, but that's society these days, I guess. They don't see any nuance, and that's the word I think that is missing in today's society, nuance. If I wanted to eat these eggs, I don't see a problem. Do you? Tell me in the comments. I don't want it to turn into a big hateful debate, because that's not what my platform is about. I want a calm, understanding debate, hearing from all sides of the story, but I'll share my opinion right now.
So if you adopt hens and you have them eat back some of the eggs they lay, and there's like a few extra, you're not violating their rights by taking those eggs. The issue is you're supporting this culture of using animals for food. Like, why would you do that? You might be able to understand, things like nuance, but you also have to recognize, like, everybody's fucking retarded, and if, like, some meat eater, hears vegans protesting about why you shouldn't eat eggs, and then they see some vegan eating eggs, they're like, fucking hypocrite! You do it too! So I can buy eggs and eat them all I want! Like, that's literally how they think. So I just don't like the idea of promoting this culture of meat eating. Or eating animal products. I wouldn't encourage any vegan to do things like eat roadkill, eat rescue chicken eggs, or give, some of the eggs to your neighbors or something, shit like that, just because, again, it's supporting the stupid fucking culture where rather than just doing the sensible thing that is better for you anyway, which is just eat, plant-based alternatives. Again, it just encourages people to use and exploit these animals. And as far as the idea of if you give these eggs to your neighbors, they're going to therefore not eat eggs from a grocery store. Yeah, I mean, possibly, but that would, for one thing, that would require your neighbors to have an interest in not eating many eggs and being okay with only getting whatever eggs you give them. Like, chances are they actually don't buy any less eggs from the grocery store. Because again, if they like having eggs regularly or every day, they're going to buy a dozen from the grocery store, and then they're just going to get like 3 or 4 from you every few days. So is it really doing anything? Probably not. And again, you're just telling these people it's okay to eat eggs. Like, rather than giving them the eggs, how about you tell them, go fuck yourself. Don't be surprised if your house burns down because you're eating animals. So that's my thoughts on that.
Nugaguna nuke 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 nugaguna go nugaguna nuke 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 nugaguna go.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation.
Porn is detrimental to society because it causes vegan gains streams to be taken down. Also, I get the distinction Destiny and Avi were trying to make faith-based therapy and medical malpractice, but I still think faith-based therapy is immoral and tarded.
I think it's fairly clear Dr. K was giving people some stupid ideas. That again are not evidence-based. Bringing them down this dumb spiritual woo-woo bullshit path, rather than just, relying on modern medicine and maybe inter-individual care for that person. So, like, if they do have religious or spiritual beliefs and that helps their mental problems, fair enough. But he was, like, introducing everybody to this as if it's better than modern medicine. So that's what I don't like. And I think Avi probably just has a higher standard for, what it means for, like, somebody has to say it outright rather than, like, I just tend to read between the lines. I think he was making a pretty strong implication that Ayurveda is better than modern medicine. You should avoid things like antidepressants and just do this Ayurveda bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb. Appreciate it.
Bad news, they're going after same-sex marriage once again. Lawmakers in Iowa and Virginia are trying to ban it as well.
Yep. It's hilarious how the US is like the world-leading nation, and there's still states trying to ban same-sex marriage. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Cat slap.
Let me see. Oh my god. Whoa. Those are some hard slaps. That's amazing. Well, thank you for that, thee, them, thou. Those are very beautiful kitties.
How are you feeling tonight? Did you eat before stream? Will you do training session 2 tonight?
I did eat before stream. Well, right when the stream started, really. That was the only time I could eat my second meal. And yeah, we're going to do sit-ups and twerking tonight. Thanks for the donation, Sam, and I'm feeling pretty okay. Mike donated $2. Let me see. I think we already saw this.
Running for re-election in 2026.
Yeah, and he just froze. We already saw this clip earlier, but it's crazy how this guy who literally cannot answer simple fucking questions. I don't know if this is a stroke or if it's him just being like fucking clueless or something. But in any case, there's no way this guy should be a fucking senator. It's just nuts. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
It's not even a debate. This isn't something...
All right, let's review his training.
So, I'm not going to try to... Honestly, if I were to just jump straight into hamstrings after not hitting them for a fucking while and, like, try to warm up to the whole stack, I'm not going to say it's a guarantee, but I'd be more than likely to fucking pull my shit. And that's the last thing you want. So, instead of starting off with some heavy shit on the, seated leg curl, I like this kind of jerry-rig style single leg standing leg curl. You may need to put like a fucking plate or something underneath your feet just so that your knee is at like this height. You kind of just have to fucking try it, but I'll start off with a couple sets of just, relatively light squeezing sets.
Come here, cat.
And then move on to whatever else.
Come here, cat. This is a cat. Cat, cat, cat. Heh, 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 heh. Cat. Love you, little baby.
ASMR. Harder. You. 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 Harder.
I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, Mac. Yeah, so Sam has this consistent problem where he never standardizes his repetitions, and he'll also take a set beyond technical failure where he'll do just like a ton of partials and shit. Again, like there's no way to periodize training if you're gonna do shit like that. So yeah, like he's definitely working hard. He has a adequate stimulus to grow muscle, but
I know you're not gonna listen to the whole thing, but what do you think of this band, and do you like Nickelback or this band?
I hate Nickelback. I'll probably hate this band. It's 3 Days Grace.
They better not ban same-sex marriage, because if they do, the Supreme Court will suffer a well-deserved riot from the LGBTQ community.
Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully LGBTQ people do riot and fuck shit up. Thanks for the donation though, Matthew. Yeah, this song sucks, and I know the band 3 Days Grace. I don't think I really like much of their music. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Yeah, so like you're definitely getting enough stimulus to actually trigger muscle growth, but long term you're not really training in an ideal way. Again, you build muscle and strength via progressive overload, not absolutely annihilating yourself every single session. And again, how are you going to know if you've gotten stronger if you're doing reps like this? You're not. It's a good exercise, but yeah, he needs to get away from doing these, like, you know, partials after he reaches technical failure.
Zach?
Even his, like, just normal working sets, again, he has trouble standardizing the reps.
Same thing. You can do slow-ish controlled reps.
Slow-ish controlled. Let's see. That is better. Yeah, and then he does like this, where he should have stopped earlier. Yeah, like, again, what are you gonna do the next week? So you have to find some way to train harder the next week. How do you train harder than that? How do you know what is harder? Like, again, he just did like 8 partials. Vince is here, uploading some new videos. All right, what's up, cuz?
Hi VG. I hope you are doing awesome tonight. I found a treasure trove of superhero artwork that shows them punching Trump, and I can't decide on which one I should get for my wallpaper. Lol, can I help me?
I like that Batman one. The Captain America one makes a lot of sense. That Batman one's pretty good too. Yeah, I like this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one the most. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Appreciate it. If only Batman could just beat the shit out of Trump. Thanks for the sub, Glow Bias.
On a lighter note,
Let me see, Matthew.
He's going to lose. He was always going to lose. And now he's even more clearly going to lose because he's essentially admitted that he made false and defamatory statements about them. The language in the document that was filed by his lawyers that he reserves the right to challenge the constitutionality of the matter. I bet you'd have a hard time finding a First Amendment lawyer who has the vaguest idea what he's talking about. He's sort of cooked in this case.
Cooked indeed. Former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani is now staring down a massive financial penalty after losing a federal defamation case filed against him by 2 Fulton County, Georgia election workers. And we'll get to the judge's decision and what spurred it in just a moment. But first, I think it's worth getting a little bit of a refresher on this case and what exactly Giuliani has been found guilty of. Now, the lawsuit was brought forth by Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss, who say they've suffered reputational damage and emotional harm after Giuliani specifically singled them out and made false claims.
That is insanely stupid of a lawyer to do.
That the mother-daughter duo engaged in ballot tampering after the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani's statements about them.
Bro, I have a funny feeling this has a racial component to it. Like, why would he have assumed this?
Included calling them ballot-stuffing criminal conspirators. Giuliani also drew attention to a video of them after the election, which was first posted by the Trump campaign and showed part of a security tape of ballot counting in Atlanta. On social media, his podcast and other broadcasts, Giuliani said...
So they were counting the ballots and then accusing them of tampering, even though they were literally doing their job.
The video showed suitcases filled with ballots when it did not capture anything but normal ballot processing. And that's according to the defamation lawsuit and a state investigation. These were just some of the many lies we heard from Giuliani and Donald Trump after he lost his re-election bid. Both women testified before the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riots. In fact, here's Ruby Freeman discussing what she had to endure following Giuliani's unfounded claims of ballot tampering.
Oh, dude, I'm sure them being black and being singled out by name specifically, they were harassed like crazy.
I've lost my name and I've lost my reputation. I've lost my sense of security, all because a group of people starting with number 45.
Tucker is fine-tuning his fascist propaganda before his interview with Putin, has a 30-minute conversation with Hungary's pro-Putin president where they circle-jerk Russia. Absolute copium.
Oh. Maybe we'll watch that later. I might skip this and then just watch the Putin interview. It's just like he's just teetering on the edge of it might make sense to just arrest this guy for treason. It's really he's just such a fucked wacko. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb.
And his ally, Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter, Shay.
18,000 voters having to do with Ruby Freeman. She's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler.
Their places of work, their homes should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports.
Shit.
For evidence of voter fraud?
Do you know how it feels to have the president of the United States to target you? The president.
Well, fucking Kyle Rittenhouse does. I'll say that, but yeah, that's seriously fucked. That's great that Giuliani's gonna have to pay gonna pay restitution and punitive damages, I'm sure. Dodo donated $2. If you play video games more than 2 to 3 hours a week, you're wasting your life. You're not. Oh yeah, it helps you relax. Congratulations, you're on the same spiritual level as a functional alcoholic. You have to, like, rest. You can't constantly work every waking moment of the day. So 2 to 3 hours a week. Are you fucking kidding me? You've been on Twitter since October 20th and have 20,700 tweets, which means you're averaging 40 tweets per day. That would probably work out to around 2 to 3 hours a week on fucking Twitter. What a fucking dipshit. Fucking hate these, like, red pill, you know, maximize your life dipshits. GOP debate took place during record-setting heat in Milwaukee. This guy was certain climate change is a hoax.
What do you think about climate change?
I just think it's all fake for their money and to keep, like the virus, that lock us down and everything else, take things from us.
It's a pretty hot day today, right?
Yeah, it's hot. But
it's the all-time record for this date in Milwaukee.
Is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm just here to support Trump, but
Did you catch a little bit of heat stroke earlier?
Yeah, I sure did. But I'll be all right.
What do you think about global warming?
I just don't believe it. I think it's all fake.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Take a look at this 15
like what, for 30 years in a row, it's been there's been record worldwide heat, and then these people are still global warming doesn't exist. So a trooper allegedly hit teen who ding-dong ditched his house.
face, he made a big mistake when he knocked on the door of a home and ran. Turns out the homeowner was a cop who he says chased him down and beat him up. The teen was taking part in a prank called Ding Dong Ditch, once thought of as innocent childhood fun. As Stephen Fabian reports, authorities now say it can be really dangerous.
Imagine being the target of ding-dong ditchers for more than a year and a half. Well, that's what happened to one family.
We're back! As soon as school started again, the very first weekend, pow, 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 we're back, F you.
Kevin and his family say life in Fort Myers has become intolerable because of all the ding-dong ditching at their house.
They're trespassing.
I would just get a shotgun with rubber bullets and just wait and then just blow their legs out. Like, it doesn't literally blow their legs off, but it hurts.
Harassing, they're stalking us.
There's an epidemic of ding-dong ditch across America right now, driven by social media. Ding-dong ditchers get the added thrill of posting their pranks to Instagram and TikTok for all their friends to see. But ding-dong ditch can sometimes have tragic consequences. Anurag Chandra chased a bunch of ding-dong ditchers in his car.
Oh, he chased him in his car. I was gonna say, this guy can outrun a fucking teenager?
He ran them off the road near Los Angeles. 3 of the teenagers were killed. He was...
That's a bit of a fucking overreaction, don't you think? Holy shit.
Sentenced to life without parole in July. And this is how 15-year-old Jaden Sanchez looked after he ding-dong ditched the wrong house in Delaware. Turned out the homeowner was a state trooper and chased him down in his patrol car. The trooper has been suspended pending an investigation.
Yeah, that's a bit of a fucking overreaction if you ask me. Holy shit.
He suffered a broken bone in his face. He suffered a very bad concussion. This was a vicious assault.
Yeah, holy crap, the guy who fucking killed 3 kids running them off the road because they fucking ding-dong ditched. That is insane.
Yeah, changed it up a little bit, but same fucking machine. Instead.
Alright, let's see. So he's getting into quads.
So, I don't know why I thought about it, but I wanted to try some fucking Smith machine front squats. I don't think I've literally never done it. I did it with a plate, felt pretty good. I think 2 plates. Oh, I don't want to go too crazy. I've never done this, but I think 2 for a solid set.
Yeah, like again, he should probably go slower on the eccentric and then explode out of the bottom.
Barsukani Shirin Firebandamard, Kunadon Chi Natvan Barsom Sharekard. Zanito Kalili Sagra Karbigaya. Zalme Kalil Zard Yakin Sun Karzif Vatan Bartoli Bay Karzif Nilate. Botyam Marco Mefamam Kahadet Karlan Rodari Bear, Karlan Shaitan Parastastin Ma.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. Kid Boo donated tellers, tell me Sotomayor right about these black bitches.
I'm looking sexy, I'm looking fine, no broke boys, can't waste my time. My thong showing, my booty poking, my pussy wet, I need a panty line. Cause my bills this blue red. Hood red, 30. He finna beat this coochie up and do a bitch dirty. Bitch, it's Friday, I want a perky.
No thanks, but I don't think all black girls are like that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Donate tellers, are they racist? These conspiracies are out of control. Let me see.
Tonight, pressure is building on President Biden and Congress to help New York deal with the tens of thousands of migrants who've arrived here.
Frustration over the asylum seeker crisis was on full display during another large protest held on Staten Island tonight. CBS 2's Lisa Rosner has the story.
A coalition of some of New York State's top business leaders have sent a letter to the president and Congress saying in part, we urge you to take immediate action to better control the border and the process of asylum and provide relief to the cities and states that are bearing the burdens. Last week, instead of sending money.
Well, yeah, since this is a federal issue, they should give some sort of support to cities that are taking in asylum seekers.
Military aid, the Homeland Security Secretary sent letters to Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams complaining of structural and operational issues in the way New York deals with the migrant influx.
This crisis originated with the federal government, and it must be resolved through the federal government.
This comes as hundreds of people attended a rally in Arrow Car on Staten Island against a former Catholic school being used as a property to house asylum seekers.
Yeah, that's...
The mayor's office says 22
kinda
asylum
crazy.
seekers are staying at St. John Villa, but it can hold up to 300.
That's only 22 now. Who's going to know next month how many are going to be here?
I'm hoping that they put them elsewhere. There's plenty of other places.
You know, I really wonder how much of a fucking problem this actually is. I don't live in any of these areas, but, like, are these asylum seekers, like, doing anything to them? Like, do they not park their cars right? Do they leave trash or something? Like, I don't know what they're really doing, like what problem it's causing for people in the actual neighborhood, or if they just don't like seeing foreign people.
It's not in the middle of a residential area.
The shelter opened Friday. Lawmakers and residents sued, and a judge issued a temporary restraining order blocking the city from using the site. But a few hours later Friday, the city won an emergency appeal.
We love our freedom, and we're not going to back down.
A spokesperson for the mayor said in part, we empathize with their concerns. We have opened 206.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on there. Question is, how many dots have to be connected before it comes to your own doorstep?
Y'all, at this point, it's laughable. It's almost laughable that you guys just don't fucking see it. It just doesn't compute. Like, the shit in Maui. No water, no power, no sirens. Shit's just weird. It doesn't make sense. Then now...
Well, it looks like the power company wasn't properly maintaining its infrastructure, and that might have actually triggered the fire.
I hate that this piece of shit is in my state. TN Pastor wants LGBTQIA plus people unalived. He's also a cop who is paid by my tax dollars. I and many others are against him in my state.
I'll take a look at that clip in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
British Columbia, same thing. Not letting him go in, not letting him go out, not letting people volunteer to help. They also don't have water.
What is he talking about? That's not true.
Shit's a mess. And now we have Florida. And I mean, this shit, you can't make up. Like,
yeah, it's getting hotter, and forest fires, as a result, are becoming more common.
An accident? They tell these people to prepare for this hurricane, right? So they tell them to go get gas to prepare for this hurricane so they can get out of there. They go get this gas, and it's all fucking diesel. And everybody wants to pretend like it's a goddamn coincidence. It's fucking not. It's not.
What does he mean by that? Like, does he mean you can only get diesel at these gas stations? Like, yeah, because not many people drive diesel vehicles. So if there's going to be a gas shortage, it's going to be petrol.
And it is not a goddamn accident. Oh, okay. Only Florida, the areas where they need to be.
Okay, whatever. This guy's a fucking retard.
These three guys are very puzzled by a burnt-out car that's on the edge of a grass fire, part of the terrible wildfires in Maui. How, they ask, can a grass fire, one that didn't even really reach the car, create such damage, melting metal, shattering windows, and basically destroying the car?
Big fires produce big heat.
This is Star Wars level
like the
stuff.
Death Star like pointed
Correct.
its gun at us and
Correct. This is like legitimate scientists. They're telling me, Eric, tell me if these photos and these images I'm seeing are real, because I don't think they can
people
be
don't
because
realize
it
how
breaks
hot fires
science.
get.
Yeah, it's like
something that's never been that they don't understand.
Yeah, definitely like the Death Star pointed its little gun at this thing.
The conclusion they reach is that this is something new to their understanding of physics, possibly a directed energy weapon zapping the car from space as part of an evil plot by real estate developers driving folks out of Lahaina. The answer is actually really simple. It's not a grass fire, it's a car fire. A wildfire doesn't burn things, it sets things on fire and then those things burn. There were very high winds and lots of flying embers and firebrands. Once ignited, a car burns perfectly fine by itself, especially in high winds. And this is just what the results look like.
No, it's the laser.
The seats, the tires, the plastic belts. And if there's enough heat and oxygen, aluminum burns, turn into aluminum oxide ash. Braided copper wire, like in the jumper cable, has been knocking around since the 9/11 things melt.
Yeah, not surprising. Take a look at this.
I am over this church. I am the head of this church. And I say who comes or goes. And, those people are not permitted to join. Those people are not permitted to attend.
A pastor for All Scripture Baptist Church and a veteran detective with the Knox County Sheriff's Office defended a heated anti-gay sermon. He labels the LGBT community freaks and reprobates and called...
You should not be able to say that and be a police officer. There's no way. That's clear evidence of bias that a cop cannot have. How is this
on
guy
the government
still
to
employed?
execute them. Those remarks
Holy
came
shit.
in front of his congregation earlier this month, adding he hates people who are gay, and others should too.
God has instilled the power of civil government to send the police in 2019 out to these LGBT freaks and arrest them and have a trial for them. And if they are convicted, then they are to be put to death.
The pastor went on to say he believes policemen have a duty to carry out.
This guy is given a gun and can shoot and kill people with near impunity. But, yeah, the libtards are worried about law-abiding citizens owning firearms when there's literally cops openly stating he wants to go out and murder gay people.
Out their roles in seeing that gay people are prosecuted. New tonight, Knox County District Attorney General Sharm Allen just released a statement calling the detective's speech personally offensive and reprehensible. She says in part, when any potential witness in a criminal proceeding expresses an opinion of hatred and or bias towards a class of citizens, I am ethically bound to explore that witness's credibility. Her office is reviewing all pending cases involving Detective Fritz. WBIR 10 News reporter Katie.
That's insane. He shouldn't have his job anymore. Mike donated $2. Might be a dumb question, but since nicotine reduces appetite, would smoking cigars every once in a while on a cut be a good idea? No. You are not going to get much nicotine from a single cigar, and they're bad for you. So they're you don't inhale the smoke from a cigar, but you obviously are going to inhale some. So it's bad for your lungs, and it's also it would also promote mouth cancer as well. So just take nicotine lozenges. You don't have that problem with lozenges, and you get more nicotine, so you get a better appetite suppressing effect. And you can take as much as you want, really. Whereas with cigars, if you smoke too many, you're gonna feel like shit, and they're expensive and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
Have you read The Manga Devil Ecstasy?
I have not. I don't think I've ever even heard of it. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Wolf. Yeah, so he has, like, again, he has a huge problem with standardizing repetitions.
Far-right in Germany complained about increasing crime rates due to refugees. Funny enough, German TV released police stats showing crime rates dropped in the last few years. It's a coincidence, but it shows you these claims aren't always valid.
Well, yeah, I would imagine if you have, like, racist, xenophobic people and they see, like, you know, like, some sort of migrants, like a bunch of black or brown people walking around when they don't normally see them, they're going to end up having this perception that crime is worse and blame it on them when they probably aren't the ones responsible for most of these crimes anyway. So just the way these people were acting, it just seems more like NIMBYism and racism than this being any kind of actual problem. Like, they were just talking about, like, housing and how these asylum seekers shouldn't stay in their neighborhood, and, like, for what? Like, what is it doing? None of them could, like, at least they didn't show any clips, but none of them were explaining why it was an issue. Thanks for that donation, though, Mola. So yeah, he's not standardizing repetitions. Some are faster, some are slower, some are deeper, some are higher. He should slow down and control the weight. And I mean, if he ever ends up doing this with a lot of weight, this could be an injury risk too. Yeah, it's looking a bit jank. So he's just doing, like, sissy squats as a superset.
I think there's something to this. I'll probably throw it in again, but I'm getting a lot of glutes, and I'm trying to destroy my quads. Let's go back to leg extensions. Oh. Okay, so I ended up just spamming a couple more sets of leg extensions. I gotta get home, because it is fucking late. I gotta go to bed and get up for cardio in the morning before my...
Not the greatest leg workout. So it looks like he did some hamstring work. Kind of gave up on the Smith machine front squats. And then just did more leg extensions.
My 8:30, goddammit. By now, you know, hamstrings have kind of lost their pump a little bit, but quads should be fucking peaked. So let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, can't deny the gains though.
We got something going on for sure.
So yeah, genetics, drugs. If you train hard, you're gonna have a lot of muscle.
Oh,
yeah, his quads are
These
pretty
looking
freaky.
fucking thick, man. Holy shit. Yeah. Let's see the side. Oh, worst case scenario for striations and
Well, let's see. Let's watch some Ments next. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Tonight I'm doing a video with Brad. I'm just doing this one Q&A once a month for you fans. You got any questions for me? Tonight I'm doing episode 23, Freakier by the Day. I just thought I'd go on here to give my fans some questions, interesting questions on what they want to talk about. I'm going to go here and talk. I got my pre-workout. Just got any questions about anything interesting about my saga on YouTube?
Are you a fan of length and partials or switching to length and partial training? Here's a few examples: bicep curls, dash press.
Not really. Yeah, that just looks stupid. That just looks like the guy can't complete the lift. He is not even really curling. I don't know what the fuck he's doing there. So, no, there's not really any good evidence that length and partials do much. Yeah, and stupid. Just why would I bother? The research that does exist suggests that you have to do more repetitions with length and partials. So, like, why would I bother? And it looks fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike Israel. Appreciate it.
If anyone has doubt that Trump is a neo-Nazi, here's a post to put that doubt to rest. I didn't know that Trump said that he was proud to be of German descent, and we know the dog whistles.
Donald Trump is a neo-Nazi. Trump told his chief of staff, John Kelly, that Hitler did a lot of good things. Oh yeah, I think I heard of that one. Ivana Trump said, Trump kept Hitler's My New Order by his bedside. I don't think he did. Donald Trump's friend Marty Davis confirmed Trump owns My New Order. Is this for real? Trump admitted to owning Hitler's Mein Kampf by accident when questioned about the Hitler connection. I mean, owning a copy of Mein Kampf doesn't really mean anything necessarily. I've read Mein Kampf, and like again, it is a piece of history. According to Ivana, Trump org employee John Walter clicks his heels and says Heil Hitler when visiting Trump's office. Yeah, I don't think all of these are true. Thought I heard something about Trump saying Hitler did a lot of good things, but I don't think these other quotes are real. Thanks for the nation, though. Bend over.
React to this video and start at 1:36-minute scene.
Let me see.
Well, boys and girls, put your hand up if you've heard of the word evolution.
To me.
Boys and girls, I believe that the Bible is the history book of the universe. What do I think the Bible is? It's what?
The historical references in the Bible are provably false.
The Bible's the history book of the universe. If you believe that man and
like they got dates wrong when it came to like what Roman emperors were in power at the time and shit, like it's provably false.
So if I don't support the meat industry and steal a piece of meat from the store, is that vegan?
No. Because even if the meat is stolen, you are still creating a product demand. So if a certain amount of product is lost due to theft, it still has to be replaced. So I would say no. Thanks for the donation, though, Cockhutter. Appreciate it.
dinosaurs did live together, like it says in Genesis, then how's come we can't find the word dinosaur in the Bible? Hey, can I look in the Bible and find the word jet airplane? No, it's a brand new word. Can I look in the Bible, boys and girls, and can I find the word computer? No, it's a brand new word.
There is no reference anywhere in the Bible to these creatures. So, like, there's no description of a 40-foot tall lizard with very small arms with like a massive jaw. Like, no, dinosaurs clearly didn't exist when the Bible was written.
How can I not plan and plot to steal my neighbor's kitten when it looks like this? Good thing it's behind glass.
How can this cat be so cute?
Wow.
I want you. I'm gonna get you. You'll be mine.
Yeah, you gotta get
Steal
that
you,
cat.
But I'll get you.
Get the cat.
I'll get you. How can this...
That is a cute cat. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
And the word dinosaur is a brand new word too.
So what are you teaching the kids?
There isn't a reference in the Bible to dinosaurs. There's references in the Bible to things like crocodiles.
Is sucralose cancer causing?
It is not. There is literally zero evidence that sucralose causes cancer in humans. Zero. Again, it's been on the market for like, what, 60 years? If there was a link between cancer, we would have found it by now.
Here's the clip of Trump telling John Kelly that Hitler did a lot of good things.
Yeah, where's the actual clip? Holy fuck. Okay, so this is coming from Kelly. He's gonna write this in an upcoming book. Trump denied making the remarks. While Trump cited Germany's economic recovery under Hitler in 1930s, Kelly noted all of Hitler's atrocities, according to Bender's book. Continue to push back. The German people would have been better off poor than subjected to the Nazi genocide. Then told Trump, you cannot ever say anything supportive of Adolf Hitler. You just can't. Said the conversation's false. Well, probably happened. Like, that is something an idiot like Trump would say.
How is Sulak's diet? Would be interesting to see what his panels would look like.
His diet is remarkably awful. He did a day of eating and he ate like 2 or 3 gallons of whole milk. It was fucking insane. And he had like a ton of fucking Krispy Kreme donuts, cereal. It made no sense. So yeah, his diet is shockingly awful. I'm sure his blood work would not look good. He probably has high blood pressure, high cholesterol, you know, and chances are elevated liver enzyme count because of the gear he's on. But thanks for the donation, Sam. And thank you, Ben, for the donation.
Well, I'm teaching the kids about the authority of Scripture. What does the Bible say about dinosaurs? A lot of people are surprised that the Bible would even mention anything about dinosaurs because we had the preconceived idea that dinosaurs died out millions of years ago before people. And I'm convinced beyond the shadow of a doubt that that's not true.
Show us the fossil record indicating that humans and dinosaurs coexisted, you moron. I like, how the fuck could somebody have this opinion?
Let's look at the Bible. Let's look in the book of Job. Turn to chapter 40. In verse 15 we're told of a mighty creature that...
Is there vegan Krispy Kreme in Canada? I swear I'd be eating those every day if they were here.
They are in the UK. They're not in Canada. I think they might eventually have vegan Krispy Kreme donuts in Canada, but they haven't done it yet. I have a friend who tried them and he said they taste exactly the same as he remembers. But yeah, if they come to Canada, I'd definitely get many boxes. Once they have the Reese's peanut butter cups, I'm gonna get a fuck ton of those. I love those Reese's peanut butter cups, the plant-based ones. Like, I haven't had them yet because they're only in the States, but I mean, yeah, once the plant-based ones come here, I'm gonna eat a fuck ton of those. Thanks, Niggamite.
Job must have known in the jungle of the reeds and ferns, Behemoth made his home. Behemoth is a dinosaur is he. He eats grass as an ox, his tail's like a cedar tree. His smoke is strong as bars of iron, he's cheap in the ways of God. Could Behemoth be a dinosaur, a mighty store?
Well, I would say many of those kids are not graduating high school.
Hi, brother. Got any questions like Q&A? I will answer tonight specifically. Natalie Portman. Nothing real much. Thanks, brother. It's interesting. Come on, guys. I need to talk to you. Shout out, brother. So let me talk a little bit. I've overcome some of my disabilities. It's been real hard in my life. Right now, I'm just telling you, I'm writing a book on my story. I thought you'd be interested hearing what I had to say. Writing a 50 to 100 page book on Amazon and Prime. I'm coming out with some different types of interesting stuff. I'm also coming out with my own clothing line again. I'm going to tell you, I grew up in Northridge, California in 1985. Always struggled in school and got bullied. It was very hard in my life being bullied. Very hard. I can write, I just got to get the grammar fixed. It was very hard in my life overcoming my obstacles and my disabilities and all that type of stuff. A very hard situation. I've always struggled in school. I was always good in science and history. I like art, I like coins, I like movies, I like Star Wars. But you don't know what it takes getting
He was good in Star Wars class.
ready for a bodybuilding show. Is very hard. You got to do an hour of cardio in the morning, hour of weights in the night, hour in the morning, cardio and weights. You got to fast in the morning. You got to eat 8 times, 6 times a day. It's a lot of maintenance, a lot of work. So
He doesn't do
overcoming
any
my
of those
disability
things.
has been very hard. It's been a hard situation in my life. It's not been easy. It's been tough. But I've overcome. I've been inspiring people for years. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. I got a lot of stuff coming out, and I got a lot of stuff doing.
Is this a new Jason vid? Did you see my latest messages?
Yeah, I responded. You asked about, I don't know if you missed it, but you asked about Sam Sulik's diet. And he said his diet's horrible. He drinks like tons of whole milk, eats donuts, sugary cereal all day. And yeah, his blood work would probably look bad. So like elevated cholesterol, triglycerides, high blood pressure. You know, the usual not so good stuff. But thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate it.
So I just wanted to go on this live chat. Yes, it was very hard when I lost my friend who used to give me out my supplements, Dave Bugsy. Very sad moment in life. I lost my aunt. I lost my dad from mesothelioma cancer in 2001. I lost my dealer. I lost my friends, some of my friends. It's sad, man. It's just very sad. I was in the hospital in 2013 for a car accident. It scared the shit out of me. And then I had a heart problem from drinking overloads of caffeine. I ended up in the hospital again, so that was bad. But, you know, the whole situation with overcoming problems and dealing with them, and, you know, I struggled all of my life in school. You know, it was a struggle, very hard to cope with the problems and overcoming them and dealing with them and all that type of stuff. You know, I overcame, you know, a lot of disabilities, didn't, you know, graduate till the 12th grade, struggled, got out of high school late in my life. Always struggled, reading, writing, math was always hard. Just not good in bookwork. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses. I've been scammed, I've been used, I've been abused. I'm so cautious now, it's not even funny. Like, I believe in myself, and I don't give up with...
Oh yeah, is this a new Jason vid? We haven't seen it. This was uploaded a year ago, but it's from a few years ago. And yeah, we haven't seen this one yet though, and it's pretty funny. I'm pretty sure he got I'm pretty sure he got catfished again after this video too.
Without a fight. You know, it's just believing in yourself, and, you know, you gotta believe, and, you know, I grew up struggling in my life. I grew up struggling and having hardships and a hard time, and life was hard, man. Life was very hard, a very hard life. Got out of California in 2002, struggled in school. I loved lifting weights since I've been a kid. Just for overcoming and getting in the shape I've got in 10 to 12%. That's pretty impressive. I'm doing a video with Brad tonight. I hope you enjoy. I'm doing a video with Brad. I don't do these Q&As very often. But I've had a lot of struggles and a lot of pain and loss. I've lost a lot of friends. I've lost my father. I've lost my aunt. I've lost a lot of loved ones. You know, it's just, I lost a lot. I've been through pains and struggles, losing my family, losing my loved ones, losing my friends.
He's literally waiting for his grandma to die so he can upload YouTube videos again. It's just such hilarious, dude.
Becoming a YouTuber, all my life and all my struggles in this book, a 50 to 150 page book for $12.99 on Amazon and Prime. Hope you enjoy and hearing the story of somebody who just has dealt with a lot of shit on this planet.
He never made a book.
And also, I've thanks for Joe Pietaro for putting me in the muscle sport. I write his art, fits my grammar. I've traveled to LA, I've traveled to Los Angeles, I've traveled to I've been to a lot of places, done a lot of stuff. Probably Johnny Bravo did a brilliant piece on me, struggling with problems, people taking advantage of me and using me, and Diana Maybrook using me, a lot of people messing with me and just exploiting me in a bad way. People do genuinely care about me, and they...
Hitler was pretty nice to the Jews considering what the Jews did to Hitler. Can we watch and react to these videos? Very important topics. Please watch both.
Yeah, that was fucking John Rose. It's insane how there's wackos like that in the vegan community. I don't know what he's been up to lately, but John Rose is just cracked. Apparently, Fully Raw Christina might actually be like a massive anti-Semite as well, because somebody asked John Rose about that whole situation, whether or not Fully Raw Christina ever knew about his position on Jews, and he said he talked to her about it like all the time, and in fact that was like one of the first things he ever said to her. So if he's telling the truth and he's not like just delusional or something, that would mean she has been like extremely close friends and pals and promoting a fucking Nazi anti-Semite. It's pretty fucking crazy. Do you donate $2? Stomp on that. Let me... yeah, the baby. I don't want to watch it because there's a baby. Thanks for that donation though, D.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday evening. Reason for the video is...
I lost the kick or keep debate because one of the contestants who got kicked off went on his Twitter and told everybody to spam vote my opponent. That's why.
Some of you guys inquired about what I thought about Vegan Games' performance at the Keep or Kick. I'm always more than happy to oblige, I did actually watch the Kick or Keep debate. It was mighty interesting. And I have to honestly say my cousin did okay. Now, sure, he lost his temper, but we're all used to that, But he actually made some good points. But did he win? No. And the truth of the matter is he had
Well, I won just about every debate.
Absolutely, positively no chance of winning. And, I'm going to explain why. A great one's going to send a kiss to Vegan Games, let him know the reason why he didn't win the kicker, the keep or kick.
This is probably going to be wrong.
Now, first off, we have to understand why he was kept up there to begin with. Richard is a wild animal, in terms of his debating. He was all over the place. He was insulting people. So the audience is going to vote for...
Well, everybody was doing that.
For the wild animal to stay in because they want to be entertained. Period. Okay? But if you guys notice, they also kept the person with the tig fat bitties, you know what I'm saying? The ones to where any man that had one look at them would drag their balls through 2 miles of broken glass in order to hear her fart on a walkie-talkie. Just keeping it real and telling to you like it is. That's how strong her game was. And they kept her in the game. But at the end of the day, Richard, you have to understand assets are always going to win out, you know?
Yeah, if assets won out, like literally the first girl that got kicked, technically it was my choice, but she was one of the two worst voted, like she was one of the two least voted contestants. She lost the first round, that Barbie something chick with the big fake boobs. So, no, it looks like the audience has other interests besides just pretty girls. And again, the reason she won is because one of the people who was on told their Twitter audience to spam vote her.
Period. And the people chose not the debate, but the assets.
No. Not true.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday evening, still. The reason for the video is this is for the vegan booty fanboys and fangirls. Now, some of you people have been on my case asking the great one as to why do I keep messing with Tosh Peterson. I'm more than happy to oblige and answer the question because some of you obviously can't read the comments, you know. Perhaps you should go back to elementary school, pick up a textbook or something, or you can get Rosetta Stone, you know. They have English lessons. Just saying, a little suggestion, okay? Here's the thing, folks, and this is just my opinion of things, you know. So I want to make this clear as far as an opinion. But at the same time, it's almost an educated guess.
This is going to be wrong again.
You see, I don't believe Tosh Peterson actually cares about the animals.
That is not true.
I don't think she actually cares about veganism whatsoever, you know. Now, I'm not saying that she isn't a vegan. She obviously is a vegan. It's just that she simply doesn't really care about it so much as people would think that she does. And I don't think that she cares about the animals. Here's the reason being, okay? Tasha is not, I mean, there's a stereotype around that blondes are dumb, you know. Tasha's a lot smarter than most other people that are out there. I will give her that, okay? So Tasha already has to know after research that there are just as many animals killed in the production of vegan foods.
There are not, you fucking moron. Oh my god, really? What an idiot. Like, genuinely stupid. And, again, it's not just deaths that we care about, it's rights violations. So if you're gonna use, especially if you're going to talk about rights violations specifically, no, there are far, far fewer.
As there are in the production of the meat and dairy industry. She has to know that, okay? Now, given the fact also that while she will she'll protest white establishments, she will not protest any black establishments, okay? And there's a given, and I'm gonna make a point, so pay attention, folks. Okay? She'll protest a white business anytime. She won't protest a black organization or a black.
Not sure if you noticed, she lives in Australia. There aren't too many black people that live there, dude. So, if there was a black organization that was doing the same shit she'd normally protest, she would protest it. The fuck are you talking about?
Business. And just about every black restaurant I know, they sell meat. They cook up meat. They'll cook some ox.
You gonna do practice session 2 tonight?
Yes, I am. We're gonna do it after the Jason vid. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Tails. I love the great one. Loves some oxtails. You put them in front of my face, and I'm like.
Yeah, you're not gonna find too much Jamaican food again in Australia, dude.
those vegan products. And I'm going to bring up one other thing. The fact that she has an OnlyFans page to where we can see her titties, and stuff.
So she's not a real vegan because she gets naked.
Croc 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 croc.
Thank you for that, Cortez.
Which, if I was her boyfriend, I would have to.
Her boyfriend films her photos and videos, both for her and with her. They do sex videos.
Put her in her place there, and just tell her to, that's not going to happen during our relationship. But obviously,
she films sex videos with her boyfriend, you fucking moron. Like, what?
Her man is a beta, which is a perfect fit because
yeah, it's totally beta to have sex with your girlfriend and make money from it.
Tasha seems to be a very controlling person. So what am I getting at, folks? The reason why Tasha's doing this is because she's an attention whore, in my opinion. She lives for the attention, I mean,
I've known of Tash for a while before she started doing OnlyFans and got more notoriety and did these big protests. I could tell she was definitely a type of girl who would do OnlyFans. But again, that doesn't mean she's doing this, like the vegan activism, for attention. Clearly it's not just about attention. She's had to pay fairly severely for some of these protests. She's had to pay like really big court fines and everything. The idea that like the attention would be worth that is just crazy. There's clearly better ways of getting attention if that's all she cared about. So clearly she's interested in veganism. It's just that she can handle attention just fine.
She'll go to the establishments to where she'll get maximum impact, and she'll avoid black.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. She's doing activism? And what do you mean avoid black establishments? Show us the... Like, by the way, she's protested specific restaurants because of things that have gone on. But show us the black-owned restaurants in Australia.
Establishments, because she knows that it would be a negative connotation. She would get...
Yeah, well, oh my god, I'm sick of listening to this stupid shit. Donate $2. When are you going to play horror games? You need to play good horror games. Are you going to try Endling again? And are you going to play Life is Strange 3? And have you... You have to play Little Nightmares for Halloween. Don't think I'm going to play Little Nightmares for Halloween. I did just get a new horror game, and I was planning on playing it soon, if not tonight. It's called Daymare 1996 or something. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it. And Dodo also donated $2.
You guys Americans?
Yeah.
You guys Americans? Are you guys here to sodomy or what?
All right, let me lay the groundwork here. American soldiers in a Polish mall. This guy comes up to him, starts heckling him, throwing out N-bombs, everything you can think of to get their goat, to get them fired up. Let's take a gander.
Isn't that what America's #1 export is? What is it? Is it George Floyd culture or is it sodomy?
Wait for it.
What do you guys think about your health secretary being a fucking tranny? Hey guys. What do you guys think about your...
Now, I confirm from the writing on the signs, it says Poland. So you'd think, naturally, got to be someone Polish, right? I don't know, a little further digging, it's somebody from America, of course, right? trolling him. But some of the things the guy's saying, you go, like Dr. Levine, what do you think if you're in the military about it? You may have an opinion. The rest of the stuff, as we'll see, is trying to get a reaction out of them.
Secretary being nothing?
Nothing.
What do you guys think about defending a country that has, there's no meaning to be a citizen? Like any Mexican crossing the border is literally one of you.
Now think about it for a second. Let's
what?
To say you have an opinion on the border.
This guy is insanely racist and
smart.
stupid.
What do you guys think? Are you guys here to spread anal sex to Poland? What? Isn't that what you guys learn in your training?
Having spent some time in Europe, it didn't sound like a European at all, the accent. And again, like I said, I drilled down, and I'll put up on the screen who this person allegedly is. But you see the barbs, and some of them, they maybe would go, well, it gets really bad, but some of them, they may go, okay, yeah, I kind of have an agreement. But this guy confronting them, nonstop, relentless. And so far, they've been well behaved.
You guys literally have a fucking transsexuals that were levels of the military are all sodomites.
Now, how much are you supposed to take here? This guy just throwing barbs.
Keep Poland.
Isolate. People are pretty pro.
You guys here? You got a. You're not welcome.
Sure, that's why they're doing. I'm not a big fan of.
Fucking retard. I'm assuming that neo-Nazi was in Poland because he's a Stefan Molyneux fan.
We begin the program tonight with breaking news. The 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has been indicted for the 4th time by a corrupt Biden regime.
Oh, Jesus.
Spit the truth like I'm damn ball. Real America, away and we ain't no landslide. Pardon yourself.
Only 64K views 5 days ago, so I guess the, I don't know if this is his channel, but I guess the Trump rap thing is not really getting you too much cash.
Neighborhood, a quiet little street.
The sheriff's department says the shooter purchased his guns legally and there were no red flags, even though he had been involuntarily committed for a mental health examination in 2017. The shooting took place close to Edward Waters University, a small, historically black university.
You said that the suspect was on campus, putting on a vest, putting on a mask.
Yeah, so if in Canada, what happens is if you've been committed to a mental hospital, you may have to actually go on trial if there's suspicion that you could be violent. That happened to me. Where if they think you have some sort of mental health issue that could cause violence, they'll take away your right to own weapons, including firearms. I had to go to court for that. I was able to prove that I don't have any mental health issues that would cause violence. I guess the United States doesn't have anything like that.
That's correct. And
I don't know if it would have done anything though, because again, like if the mental health, if the him being committed didn't have anything to do with violence, then it wouldn't have stopped him from getting a gun, and he may have been able to adequately defend himself and prove that he's not a violent threat. Like it's pretty easy. You can just lie to a psychiatrist.
somebody saw him. A security guard did see him.
If that security officer had not been on campus, could this have been worse?
It's hard to tell, but I think so.
The sheriff says the shooter's ideology does not represent the values of the Jacksonville community. Christian Benavides.
Well, thanks, Dodo.
Vince is jealous because he's a fat fuck who no one would even spend a dime. Vince is a special combination of ignorant, bitter and just downright fucking retarded. He needs to go back to that shithole Africa where he belongs. 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quad.
Just gonna skip that. I don't know if I'd go that far, but he is an idiot. Thanks for that donation, Poopy Stinks. Dodo donated $2. You didn't click the links for my donation 2 donations ago. You have to watch. I did watch them. I was just reacting to another video, so But thanks for the donation, Dodo. There we are.
He sounds non-Polish.
Yeah, he isn't. Poland is a big destination for neo-Nazis from the United States, and part of the reason is far-right-wing racists like Stefan Molyneux have promoted going to countries like Poland because they're almost entirely, white homogenous. So you don't really ever see any blacks or Asians or anything there. It's almost entirely all white people. So, you'll see quite a few American racists living in Poland because they've been convinced Poland is like this paradise land because everybody's white. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
I've spoken to John Rose for a couple hours about his thoughts on Jews and Hitler, and while it's all certainly peculiar, I wouldn't say he's anti-Semitic or hates Jews. To say that is an oversimplification, emo, but perhaps I'm being naive. I'm Jewish, BTW.
You are being naive. So he denies the Holocaust. He thinks Hitler taking away Jewish rights was a good thing. And he also has conspiratorial beliefs against Jews, like the real Jews are all gone and they've been replaced with Satanists. You can fucking, like, him saying that he doesn't actually hate real Jews, that's just a fucking bullshit cope. He's fucking anti-Semitic. You can't make those claims and not hate Jews. But thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. So yeah, don't be gaslit by him, he's full of shit.
Hey VG, I love your content. Left a secret Hindi message for you below. Translate it if you want to smile. Have a great night, smile.
I'm not gonna bother translating it. Maybe I will. Let me see. You're an asshole. Thanks, Hindi Vegan, you jackass. Donate $2. Read comments. Let me see. Kick or keep, vegan versus meat eaters. Like him or hate him, you've got to give props to Vegan Gains for having everyone shout at him and not give a shit. Give a shit, lol. Absolute banger. Great job. When Vegan Gains snapped at Wes at the beginning, I was dying. Don't agree much with Vegan Gains being on-off following him since Furious Pete days, but he sure is a content machine. Vegan Gains gets respect for coming on here basically knowing it was going to turn into 1v5. Bring on more Vegan Gains. He's such a good content for these. Literally could have watched the 1v10 vegan debate for the whole show because his takes are so wild and fun to see everyone grapple with them. Well, hopefully I'll be on again and I can argue veganism again. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They want the best for me. It's just sad that I've overcome so much crap. And unfortunately, I'm detoxing off all the supplements. My brain is getting a lot more clearer. I just don't, I compete in 2017 and I left the fitness industry because I don't want to compete anymore, unfortunately, because I want to be healthy and have a family and have kids and live a good life. So I'm trying to focus on my business and writing.
Bro, what? He eats like crap all the time, and he's not even like really that interested in girls. He thinks like sex is icky and stuff. He can't really have a relationship. Bro, imagine him raising kids That would be fucking insane. Like, the government should literally step in and intervene. This guy should never be responsible for raising kids. Like, he's literally a child.
Writing books on my stories. I'm 34 in February. So, I just want to be an inspiration to everybody who's been through a lot of shit. Probably, I want to say a big thank you to Adam Harper for, being in my saga. And one of my best coaches. He almost got me abs. Dieting's hard, I know that, but he was my best friend, and I really appreciate all the love from Adam Harper. Adam's one of my best coaches, and I also want to appreciate all the people who've been in my saga, who dealt with all my shit. I've had my mistakes, I've learned from the past, but we all learn from our mistakes, and
Jason has never
it's very
learned.
hard. It's a very hard situation. Losing your father when you're 16 years old.
Bro, he scammed people with fake t-shirt sales, and then when his friend Emma got sick, he tried to scam people with a fake fundraiser for her. He never learns. Like, he's just selfish and a bullshitter.
From cancer. I sometimes don't sleep at night. I have bad dreams. I miss him a lot. It was like fun. We used to go out to breakfast every morning in the mountains at Half Moon Bay. We used to have fun. We used to do things. We used to laugh. He was my best friend, and I lost him. I really miss my dad a lot. Dude,
I wouldn't trust Jason Genova to take care of my cat for a weekend. Like, just imagining him trying to raise a child. I think he'd kill it. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a kid. He'd kill the kid if it was crying too much. I'm pretty sure he'd be one of those people who'd, put a pillow over the baby to, muffle its crying because it's annoying him, and then he goes to look at the baby a few minutes later and it's dead, and then he tries to explain to the cops that he didn't mean to kill it. I can imagine him doing something like that.
Really miss my dad. I loved my dad so much, and he was a big part of my life, guys. I mean, don't make fun of me, but I really loved the guy with all my heart. He was a great guy, and I lost him very young. I'm very sad, guys. I miss him a lot. And I lost my aunt in 2017. I was real close with. God bless her soul. Very sad. I lost my drug dealer in 2017. I dealt with a lot of shit, people using me.
He lost his drug dealer. I can't believe you said that.
And abusing me and exploiting math.
What?
I think Jason Genova should team up with Jason Blauhart to create an Uber Jason called Blaunova the Destroyer, a benevolent warrior with a mission to spread poor grammar and heavy breathing to the masses. His signature moves are heavy breathing and salmonella.
That would actually be amazing. It's too bad the fusion technique from Dragon Ball Z doesn't exist. Fusion of Blaha and Genova would be hilarious. Those would definitely be the best ments.
So great. It was always strength in history and science. That was my original deal. His mother was very sad about it.
How could he be good at science if he's terrible at math and reading?
Unfortunately. Very sad loss. Very sad loss. I've dealt with a lot of shit in my life. People just fucking me over, and died in the fitness industry. I'm all my best. I've gave it everything I've got. Unfortunate car accidents, and been in the hospital for overdosing on caffeine and having a lot of problems. I'll be 34, and everybody grows old, and it's a part of life. You become more mature and learn from your mistakes and grow as an individual. I think as a person. I've learned a lot over the years, just overcoming a lot of my problems. I've lost people,
Bro, how is it even possible to have a neck like that?
Is this 5 hours ago? That can't be Pete. Now. Yeah, back in 2017. It's from steroids. So, there's a lot of androgen receptors around your upper body, like around your traps, neck, chest, shoulders. And a lot of dudes will get a really thick neck from taking steroids and weightlifting. Because, like, this is him now. His neck is way thinner. And I don't think he did any specific neck training either. So yeah, it's kind of a normal thing for that to happen. Thanks for the donation, Pete Rubish.
My mom is everything I've got, and my grandma just turned 90, God bless her soul. I'm just so grateful for all the friends and all the family I have. I'm so grateful.
He's literally counting down the days for his grandma to die so he can upload to YouTube again.
I'm so grateful, guys, that I have a lot of people who love me and, you know, who are supportive. And, you know, all my fans who love me too. All my fans who love me too, you know, are great. You know, it's a great thing. All my fans who love me and who are supportive. You know, it's not my fault I struggle from these problems, you know. You know, I've overcome a lot, guys, you know. You just gotta believe and you can't give up.
He keeps walking in a circle and repeating the same thing. People must think he's crazy.
You gotta believe, guys. You gotta believe. Gotta believe. You know, I care. I want to tell you my story, guys. I want to tell you my story. That overcoming is a big obstacle in life. I just got any questions. I'm going to answer questions now. Where's Alyssa? Cynthia's around. She's working tonight, unfortunately. I'm going to give you some answers. Cynthia's good, guys. Cynthia's fine. I talked to her on the phone today. You want to know how I feel? I talked to Cynthia today. She's doing okay. We're going to hang out. We're going to do some videos, cooking videos, some cooking videos. April's good too. We'll be going to South Florida Fairgrounds. Tonight, video with Brad. Wednesday, video with Brad. And next week, we got a video with Adam Harper again. So I'm giving you that. Adam, Mentz, you want Mentz? I'll give you Mentz. Adam Harper will be next week on Monday. Not this week, but next week. No, she doesn't do it anymore. She stopped about 5 to 8 years ago. That was a little while back. Oh, is it, Robin? I mean in a home.
His Yoda impressions are
Don't
great.
forget what Sensei Jason always said, you got the upper body, and the lower body, and the lower body, and then there's the upper body, and you got the lower body. But then, wait, I mean, there's the upper body, I got a lower body. Should been a poet.
Yeah. His fucking autism and dyslexia are just great. I love how just half of what he says is just pure nonsense. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Okay VG, I have another idea. Let's sign Jason Genova as a contributor content creator for fitness content. We'll do a segment where he makes inspiring speeches about overcoming the death of his aunt and his drug dealer. Maybe he does a cooking video once.
Yeah. I don't know why he mentioned that. As if the death of his drug dealer would, like, hurt him personally. Thanks for the donation, I'm Negra. Dodo donated $2. Actually like listening to his stories. Hear him out. Let me see.
And you could hear everything in the house. I remember one night, this is God's truth, I remember one night, I guess I was a sophomore or junior in high school, and here the headboard of my dad's, but I could tell my dad was restless in the next room. Next morning I get up and ask my mom, I said, what's the matter with Dad? He said, the company just said they're not going to pay insurance anymore, health insurance. Well, you know, that's tough enough. But imagine when you have life-saving drugs you need to keep you alive. Do you have enough insurance? Can you afford your medical bills? Do you have to sell the house in order to pay for everything? For all of you out there, I get it. And
doesn't he come from a rich family? And his wife's family is also rich. I think as a wedding gift, they gave him a like Corvette Stingray or something.
And millions of Americans get it. And I promise you, I'm going to have your back, and I'll never stop fighting for you on this issue, nor will Kamala.
Like, what he really should be fighting for is socialized healthcare. This Medicare price lowering of drugs, sure, it's great, but what he really should be fighting for is socialized healthcare. No fucking reason why the U.S. shouldn't have socialized healthcare. It's just stupid. It's too bad we never saw a Bernie presidency. I think Bernie would have made a lot more political change in the U.S. I think it will happen eventually. Like, it fucking has to. Especially, like, these days. I think once millennials, you know, start getting into politics, you have so many people like Ocasio-Cortez getting into politics, it's going to happen eventually. I think, assuming if Ocasio-Cortez gets uncucked from the whole guns are bad thing, she'd probably make a pretty good president in the future. But yeah, Biden's pretty based. He's done a lot better than I thought he would.
The Lord of Immense, that's right. Shout out to Ireland. I'm going to try to make Cynthia do a video with Lenny. I'll try to make that happen. See if I can try to convince her as a gift for Lenny. Thank you, brother. I'll make men's happen. Don't worry. I'll make you guys happy. I'll make you guys happy. Whatever you want, you got. I don't want you to get angry at me, fans. I want you to be happy.
Animal Liberation donated $2. Did I hear you say Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan isn't vegan? If you said that, why? He isn't. And the reason is because he feeds his cats meat. You cannot be vegan and feed your companion animals meat. Because you're supporting animal agriculture. And I've tried to debate him on the topic. One of the debates that I proposed was a descriptive debate, so whether or not cats can be healthy on a vegan diet. He said he didn't want to have a debate on that topic because neither of us are experts, and I could, in theory, win the debate, but I could be, like, factually wrong. So, fair enough. I said whatever, sure, but then I proposed a normative debate on whether or not it's ethical regardless to feed a cat meat. And he came up with this, like, bullshit fucking retarded cope response. He lied on stream claiming that because I'm not an expert, I can't debate the topic. And then I, like, again, clarified it's a normative debate. We don't need any expertise on the topic. And then he just started ignoring me and refused. So the guy is intellectually dishonest as fuck. He won't even engage with the issue at all. So that tells me he knows he's wrong and he knows he's going to look bad in a fucking debate, but he just still does it anyway because he's a fucking jackass. So yeah, he's not vegan. Thanks for the donation though, Animal Liberation. Appreciate it. Is it gonna fucking play? Oh, did it already?
A 100-year-old oak tree falls on the Florida governor's mansion. Casey DeSantis says, I love that some people are saying it's a woke tree lol.
That's funny. Maybe it is a woke tree. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Dodo donate $2. Biden's family growing up was not rich. They were lower middle class. Look up pictures of Biden's childhood home. All right. Biden's first wife was a teacher and not rich before she died in a car crash that killed her and his daughter. Okay, I didn't know that. Well, I guess he was being down to earth with that story then. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Happy, I'll give you unlimited mints. Mints with Brad. I'm giving you mints with Brad, Lenny, Andrew, and next week Adam Harper. Guaranteed. Ain't stopping me. Kiss to you guys, and I will be doing a video with a lot of mints. Unlimited piss, that's right. It's gotta be piss. Yes, I will.
Dominique Lopez donated $2. Opinion on PETA, people for ethical treatment of animals. Should I intern for them? I would never, ever, ever, ever do an unpaid internship. Never. You have to be compensated to some degree. So it doesn't have to be much, but you absolutely have to be compensated. If you're getting hired on as an unpaid intern, they're never going to hire you, and they're going to use you for as long as they can to get free work out of you. And then when you demand like a position in the company or, you know, get hired or get paid, they'll just let you go and then find some other intern. So unpaid internships are a fucking scam to have companies not have to pay you money. Don't ever agree to do an unpaid internship. And there's data backing this up. There's no evidence that doing unpaid internships increase your chance of getting the position you want within the company you're interning for. It does not increase your chances of getting any other job opportunities. If you put on your resume you worked as an unpaid intern for some other company, they're not going to take you seriously. So never, ever, ever do an unpaid internship. I don't particularly like PETA as an organization. I'd kind of consider them more of a necessary evil. They just do so much stupid shit. They do a lot of good, but they also do a lot of stupid shit. And they back down on things when they really shouldn't. Like they made a comparison between animal agriculture and a Holocaust. And then they back down from that after they got so much criticism in the media. Like, they'll waffle on stupid shit like that, but then they'll like try to attack the Warhammer 40k community and complain that characters, fictional characters within the Warhammer 40k universe wear fur, and they'll complain about that. Like it just doesn't make any sense, the stupid shit they do. But yeah, that's my only advice. Like it's ultimately up to you. I wouldn't say it's a bad thing to work for PETA, but never, ever, ever work in an unpaid internship. You're a fucking sucker and a moron if you ever do that. Thanks for the donation, Dominique. Appreciate it. Hope that helps. Dodo donated $2. Who's going to run as a progressive in the Democratic Party in 2028 that can realistically win? Also, what are your thoughts on Cornel West? He is running Green Party against Biden and stealing votes from Biden. He is anti-Ukraine.
West, who is a close ally of yours, he is running a third-party campaign for president. He recently criticized you.
I can tell you why he is doing this. He's probably getting paid from the Kremlin to do this.
for endorsing.
The Kremlin's literally paying people like what is it called? RFK Jr. Probably this guy too. They're paying these people money to run against Biden to reduce his chances of getting elected.
President Biden's reelection. Listen to what he said.
I love the brother, and you know, you even in love, people have deep disagreements about
He's a fucking moron. Nobody's gonna vote for him.
these things. But I think again, he's fearful of the neo-fascism of Trump. People look at Biden; they don't really want to tell the full truth. He's created the best economy that we can get. Is this the best that we can get? You gonna tell that lie to
The economy's doing better under Biden versus Trump.
the people just for Biden to win?
What's your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction is this certainly is not the best economy that we can create. That was what my speech was about yesterday. We've got to join the rest of the industrialized world, guarantee health care to all. We've got to cut the cost of prescription drugs in half. We've got to raise the minimum wage to at least $17 an hour. We've got to build the affordable.
Whoa, 17. Damn, base, dude. Yeah, Cornel West is a fucking moron. That's like the Russia-Ukraine thing is a great litmus test to see who's actually a strong leader or not. Because like the appeasement shit, it just shows like even if for whatever reason you oppose war so much that you're willing to make like compromises on shit like this, it just shows weakness. If you're willing to bow to the knee at like, you know, foreign dictators, you're just a bad leader. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
It's okay to criticize other vegans over differences of opinion. But you always take it to the next level saying people like Billie Eilish are pieces of shit. I'm willing to bet you money she's converted more people to veganism than you. How about that bitch?
Probably not. She's probably gotten young teenage kids to buy Beyond Burgers. But as far as like actually converting people to veganism, not so sure. She doesn't really do vegan activism. Again, with celebrities, they might make veganism seem cool, popular. Some of their fans might want to emulate what they do, but are they really vegan? Probably not. There are probably kids that are like, oh, let's get a Beyond Burger this time instead because Billie Eilish is cool. You know, stuff like that. I don't know. She does have a big fan base, but as far as actually converting people, I'm not so sure. Like, again, she's not an activist. I've never seen her actually talk about what veganism actually is. I don't know if I called Billie Eilish a piece of shit. I really didn't like what she did with the horse riding, with the bits and pain compliance devices. And again, she clearly did it for her own interest and not in the interest of the animal. I'm not against horse riding necessarily, but horse riding has to be in the interest of the animal. Horses that get ridden live longer. And sometimes substantially longer. I've heard stories of horses living like 10 years more than horses that don't get ridden. So if you're doing things for the interest of the animal, that's one thing, but her going to some, you know, ranch that offers riding lessons and then using bits and pain compliance devices just because she likes riding, like, she doesn't seem like actually vegan to me. She might understand eating meat's wrong, eating eggs and milk is wrong. The Cheetos thing might have just been a simple mistake. But yeah, I don't know if she's really vegan. I'd be down to chat with her, but that's like never gonna happen. You can never know with these celebrities. Thanks for the donation, though. I'm Niagara.
How about some exceptions to some unpaid internships? For instance, my route to becoming a vegan RD in the US requires a dietetic internship before taking the RD exam. Most of them are unpaid unless you go into the government internships like the VA and the Army.
Well, that's entirely different. That's like basically school credit. So, yeah. That would be like an exception if you're talking about like a school credit. Even then, that's a fucking scam. But if it's for some sort of school credit, then sure. Otherwise, yeah, never do unpaid internship. Thanks for the donation, Ben. $2 I don't think he's paid by the Kremlin. Anti-Ukraine isn't his only position. It's just one of them, but he is really dumb and too woke even for Bernie. Look at these polls with and without Cornell. 2024 hypothetical matchups. Biden. Yeah, I see how that might affect things. It's hard to believe he'd have 5% people voting for him. But he very likely is getting supported by the Kremlin. It's not a coincidence that you have all these people running against Biden. He might not know what his funding sources are and the people who are influencing him. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get him, Cynthia. I know you guys like Cynthia. April be the sidekick. Hope you enjoy Mints because the Mints are... It's Elvis Presley. Super Bowl prediction. I don't know who's going to win. I don't really watch the Super Bowl unless it's my team and Green Bay.
It's not just stories. You can look at research on this. Horses that, like, this is true of every animal. Vigorous exercise is good for every animal. Humans that exercise live longer and have lower risk of chronic disease. And they also tend to be more fit into old age. Same with horses. So you can look at things like muscle mass, their ability to run. There are studies looking at spinal deformities. Horses that are ridden have more spinal deformities, but it doesn't actually. There's no correlation between that and clinical outcomes. So they're not any more likely to have like back pain. And again, they do live longer. It just makes sense. If you get more regular, vigorous exercise, you're going to live longer. So you see less instances of obesity, heart disease, and again, things like lameness in horses that get ridden.
I'm so bored I could scream. 7,777,777,777.
Well, sorry to hear that. Thanks for the donation, Viva Mao. That is a nice kitty, though. Donate Tellers, this is Cornell West Base. Read. This is Cornell West Base. Read the comments. This is kind of the people voting for him. It's a bit different than RFK people, I think.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Coup from Political Revolution.
Let's see. Bernie's doing the same shit he's always been doing. We need a radical change, but vote blue until we do. I'm just not impressed. Bricks Majority gets me excited.
Have you heard of Marianne Williamson? I really like her. Beside Ukraine and Russia take, so I'm pretty conflicted about her. She has talked about debt relief and universal health care and potential avenues to get it done with no support from the House Senate.
She is a fucking moron. You cannot... Look, if she's willing to bend to the knee to foreign dictators like Putin and Xi Jinping, do you really think she's going to have the backbone to, you know, like get universal health care or UBI or debt relief? No. So she's a weak leader. She has no fucking backbone. And again, just the statements she's made about Ukraine and China, they're wrong. She clearly has no ability to actually fucking research and like find correct information. She said fucking Boris Johnson destroyed the peace talks with Ukraine and Russia, and if Boris Johnson didn't get involved in the talks, there might not have been a war, and Russia might have left. Like, it's just nonsense bullshit. So no, never, ever, ever vote for her. She's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Sky Gardener.
Yeah, I and many other agree that it feels like legal slavery, since not only do I have to pay for a dietetic internship that demands 40 hours a week that's unpaid. To add insult to injury, I also have to provide my own health insurance, car insurance, etc.
Yeah, it's a scam. Unpaid internships are a fucking scam. Anytime you're told to work for free, it's fucking slavery. It is absolute horseshit. I think in Canada, I think it was like 30 or 40 hours of community service work you need to graduate high school. That is fucking bullshit. I think they just recently lowered it to like 20 hours, but it doesn't help you get a fucking job. Like, it's so stupid that that's a requirement. Somebody should make a class action lawsuit. It's fucking horseshit. If I ever like win the lottery or something, I'm gonna use some of that money to like sue some people. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
I now are not American, but if you could vote, would you really vote for Biden over a progressive whose platform is universal health care and robust action on climate change, prison reform, all this stuff, if that progressive was against funding support for Ukraine?
Yeah, I absolutely would. Again, because they're stupid. The idea that somebody who has no backbone only believes in appeasement policies, and again, is dumb. Like, they don't know right from wrong. Like, they can't figure that out. So how the hell would you have any confidence in a leader like that? It's kind of like Trump. Like, you know, Trump says all these things that he's in support of, like building a wall, helping veterans, helping, you know, normal working everyday jackoffs. He has no ability to create the political change he claims he wants. Same with Williamson. She's an idiot. And again, she's a weak leader. She is pathetic, and she'll bend to the knee to foreign dictators. The idea that she'd be able to create political change within her own country when she has so much opposition, it's just never going to happen. So yeah, you're better off voting for Biden. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. I think it's time we have the best chance for getting a third-party candidate elected. No, kind of pathetic to deflate a movement he created himself. Party must laugh themselves. Blah blah blah. Okay, so they're just sounds like they're just Bernie supporters that are kind of disillusioned with Biden because he's not progressive enough.
And is not in there, so not really interested. If Green Bay ain't in, I ain't watching. If Green Bay ain't in, I stopped taking the.
Okay, imagine if Bernie was primarying against Biden this election cycle. And imagine if Bernie was against funding Ukraine, and fearmongers about nuclear war are telling me you would vote for Biden over Bernie just because of that one policy.
Yeah,
Biden,
I would.
bro.
Yes, I would. I'd vote for Biden. So, the same exact reasoning applies, and like the situation with Ukraine and Russia and China are pretty fucking serious, dude. So if you don't have a leader that has good geopolitical positions, that could be a lot of fucking trouble down the line. So if we don't stop Russia now, that could mean a future war with Russia and the United States. And it could also mean a war with China at least much sooner. And especially since China wants to use Taiwan go to war with Taiwan because of the silicon manufacturing, they're going to use that to create AI and attack the US. Like, it's pretty fucking serious. So it's a big deal. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
My buddy. I just want to make you laugh and give you fun commenting.
VG, it's me, Gig. You made me go vegan 5.5 years ago. How does it feel to have such an impact on people's daily lives? I live in a dirty swamp. I sleep in the filthy sludge as mosquitoes feast on my virgin blood. Come to swamp so I can kiss you. Gig.
Don't know if I'm going to come to your swamp, but thanks, Gig.
Also, to add an even bigger insult to the injury with becoming an RD in the US, starting in 2024, entry-level RDs are required to have a master's degree to take the RD exam. Also, the pay on average is $65,000/year as an RD in the US though.
That is not really enough, in my opinion, to justify a master's. Like, yeah, if you're gonna get a master's degree, like, it should at least be in the 80s. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. It's kind of horseshit.
Nice feet, huh? Yes, April is 18. You're right. She's not a minor. She's exactly 18, guys. Pig is getting a shout out, baby. It's sick. It's piss. Jack Roberts, shout out, mother. Cynthia, not yet. Maybe down the road when we get to know each other. Shout out from Scotland. It's sick, it's piss, it's revolting. Mark getting a shout out. Youth getting a shout out. Tonight's men's, tomorrow be dropping. That's what's up, guys. Couple.
All right. Let's watch a informative video. Not any of these. We will watch this while I do sit-ups. I'm just gonna go take a piss first. I'll be right back. There we go. Thought my desk broke, but it did not.
Okay, then what about if Bernie was primarying Biden but wasn't fully against support for Ukraine but was skeptical of it and says things like we should know where all the money is going and wants to continue support but heavily pushes the idea of negotiating?
Yeah, still no. You have to have a hard stance that you will not tolerate foreign dictators illegally invading other countries. So, no. You have to have a hard stance. No way I'd vote for anybody like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Data. Alright, let me set up the sit-up board. Alright. End shoulder impingement hysteria.
Hey folks, Dr. Mike here from Renaissance Periodization, and for your nightly report,
If you are wondering why am I still going the route of a vegan, that is so that I can have an authority status in the vegan movement, and my MAGA dad is helping me with my tuition and giving me a place to stay next to nothing in rent, and I won't be in debt like many.
Well, that is not a bad deal for sure. If you can get your education paid for and everything, you know, might as well. Thanks for the donation, though, Bendover. Appreciate it.
Scourge that is overshadowing our great nation today is shoulder impingement. It is coming for the elderly, for children, and yes, even for athletic populations as well. Is anyone safe? Stay tuned right now. What is the deal with shoulder impingement? And really, are you going to die from it? Let's find out. So first, before discussing all of the stuff around shoulder impingement, we should really try to define it. I find that a lot of the conversation on the internet about shoulder impingement kind of just assumes people know what it is. It really does sound pretty scary. And then once you realize what it is, maybe it doesn't sound as scary. Defining terms is absolutely the first critical thing to establish in any productive discussion. So here we go. Definition is when the tendons of your rotator cuff musculature rub up on the acromion that sits just above them. There are a few other structures in there, such as bursal sacs, that can get in the mix and get some of that rubbing going. The rubbing is usually benign. As a matter of fact, by design, it's okay that if it happens, but a lot of rubbing, specifically with high forces impinged on those structures or imparted on them rather, if the rubbing goes from this to that, it happens repeatedly over and over, you can develop an inflammatory cycle. Inflammation occurs at the acromion and at those other structural components, and then inflammation can go and turn into pain. Once it turns into pain, you're going to notice that the pain usually comes a lot of times with all shoulder movements, but especially with shoulder movements that go when your arm is higher overhead. If you keep at it and say, whatever, shoulder pain is normal, I don't know why you would say that, but let's say you did, eventually the continual rubbing that is already deleterious to the structures can cause what is termed as macro damage. Like you can actually see, okay, well, there's where that part was supposed to be, but really the connective tissues have been rubbed pretty raw. And then if that occurs, there's actually something to heal other than the inflammation to bring down. And then you're going to spend some time in some pain, and you're going to have to spend some time healing those structures, which the pain and the annoyance and the weird movement can hang around for some time if you just continue to go in and make the situation worse. So that's shoulder impingement. I've seen a lot of people think shoulder impingement is other things. People think like, oh, there's like a nerve stuck in there and you're impinging that nerve. That's not remotely what shoulder impingement is. It's just two structures rubbing on each other, and the rubbing gets to be a bit too much. You know, like Friday night when you've had a few and you're rubbing. The next day you're like, ow. And your partner's like, ow. I'm just kidding. You're doing this at home by yourself. All right. So what causes shoulder impingement? Technically speaking, any kind of shoulder movement that causes the acromion to rub.
Watch the rest of this interview while you do sit-ups. Good chance you'll start to like RFK Jr. and see him differently after watching this. It's shortened to the point.
Probably not.
We're just the only people who have access to you are actual Americans are living. Americans are hurting like they've never been before. It's important for our political leadership to have a dialogue and have engagement with not just me, but with the public.
Vivek Ramaswamy shares your view on Ukraine. You took a shot at him the other day after the debate. Do you like Vivek?
I enjoyed watching him in the debate, and I've actually talked to him a couple of times. And, you know, I encourage him because I think the more people and the more different kind of voices, and he agrees with me on the war.
There's a Kennedy-Ramaswamy alliance, you're saying?
That's funny.
You mentioned the fact that he said something about single mothers during the debate.
Part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to
I can glow script bench 275 times 4 at 5 feet 10 inches, 200 pounds as a vegan. Are you mad soy boy?
I'm not mad because, for one thing, you're vegan, so why would I be? And two, I can bench more, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Mac.
an epidemic of fatherlessness.
What did you mean by that?
It's important that they have at least parity with married. I understand that we want to create incentives for people, keeping people in marriages, but if you're penalizing people financially, single mothers for not staying in abusive marriages, it's not a good thing for anybody.
Have you seen the Trump mugshot?
Yeah.
Well, at least he has a reasonable take on that.
I did see it.
What'd you think?
It was an interesting and probably very shrewd decision for him to put on that very defiant face. I think it's very popular with his base.
Do you think the mugshot appeals to the Democrat base in any way?
I had a mugshot when I was arrested in Puerto Rico in 2001 when I was doing a protest against the Navy on a lawsuit that I eventually won that got the Navy out of Vieques. But when you're arrested and you get the mugshot, you have a strategic decision about how you want to look. I wondered whether he practiced it in front of a mirror or whether he was just angry at the time and that reflected what he did. But I thought from a strategic point of view, it worked very well for him.
How do you feel about the fact that the president is having Democrat prosecutors arrest his political opponent?
I've been very disciplined about not commenting on the legal proceedings on either side. Because, you know, anything I say is going to be seen as political.
So you're going to dodge the question?
Yeah, exactly.
That's cowardly. He's clearly guilty.
You speak about a voter ID because right now the country mistrusts.
So he knows he's trying to get Trump voters to vote for him, so that's why he's doing that.
The electoral process. People are worried about fraud. People are worried about illegal voting. How would your plan address that?
Make passport cards, which are a form of the passport, free. A lot of poor people, particularly people in cities who don't drive, don't have access to identification. And if we have voter ID laws, it would keep them from voting. So it would keep a huge demographic of people from voting. And it's costly to get a license. It's costly to get a government photo ID.
How much?
Yeah, well, how the fuck are you going to handle that? Because, for one thing, even though it's free, you do have to still go through a bunch of hoops, so that wouldn't necessarily just solve the problem. And you need other ID to also get that ID. So it's that wouldn't really do anything. There's no evidence of voter fraud. Like, why the fuck is he even entertaining this idea that they need to card people for voting? There's no evidence there's ever been mass fucking voter fraud that's affected an election.
How much does a government photo ID cost?
The passport now costs $65, and then there's some paperwork. But it's very convenient. If you made it free for poor people, it's very convenient because there's 33,000 post offices in this country. You can go down and get it, and it's a solution that is endorsed by Republicans and Democrats. In fact, President Bush endorsed it, President Clinton endorsed it, and President Carter endorsed it.
So it's bipartisan, which means it'll never happen. Do you own?
The only benefit that would have is for homeless people who have a really hard time getting an ID, but even then, they basically get sent through all these hoops, and even when they have the money and they don't get the ID.
An electric car?
No.
Why not?
Because I have a minivan, because I got 7 kids, and I got 3 dogs and a lot of other animals, and there's no electric car that they would fit in.
Are you an avid media consumer? You seem like you watch a lot of Fox.
Right now, I get the most reliable news source other than the Jesse Waters show is Substack for me.
See.
Wow. Okay, yeah, he's fucking delusional.
You know that BC of the new requirements to be a dietitian starting in 2024 has deterred many students to choose other careers since they feel that they are having to invest 7+ years in school only to be making about $65,000 isn't worth it, so I'll be a shoo-in.
Maybe. Yeah, there's a good chance. It's really stupid. Like, education costs way too fucking much. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
CNN, MSNBC, did they invite you on?
No. With 1,000.
Yeah, RFK is a fucking moron.
Up on the rotator cuff tendons can cause shoulder impingement. Technically, the impingement is when the tendons are impinged in the acromion, or vice versa. However, there is a probability to what causes it, what kind of movement causes it, and the most high probability movement is a movement that goes overhead, puts your humerus above parallel, especially if it's angled backwards. Forward is not as high of a risk, and especially if you internally rotate your humerus at the same time. Does this look like an upright row to anyone? It sure as shit does. So that position, especially in folks that have a design of the shoulder bones that makes the rubbing more likely, is the likeliest thing to cause that impingement to potentially occur. Potentially. But just the movement itself is usually not enough. Chronic movement over time, multiple times a week, each time it causes discomfort. That's the kind of thing that is the biggest factor. So if you just move right here, right now by yourself and rotate your humeral, okay, here, it hurts, okay, it feels weird, you're not gonna get impingement doing that. But if you do 5 sets of upright rows, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it starts to feel real weird and icky and painful here, but you don't care and you keep going, then the probability that you get shoulder impingement actually starts to begin. That's how the inflammatory cycle begins. If you nick something or rub a little bit too hard, but then you just keep going, that's how you develop the syndrome, shoulder impingement syndrome itself. It is a syndrome because it's just like, there's just like a lot of inflammation going on there. It's not a disease, it's not contagious, none of that crazy stuff. So, okay, fine. We understand the definition. We understand what causes it. Cool. How do we prevent shoulder impingement? Or a better way to view prevention is decrease significantly the probability of it occurring. Because we can't really prevent, technically speaking, with 100% certainty anything, but we can absolutely decrease probabilities. So first, Most people just won't get shoulder impingement in normal training. Olympic weightlifters enter this position all the time. Shoulder impingement for them is very rare. It's just not something you're like, oh yeah, you're an Olympic weightlifter, you're for sure getting shoulder impingement. That's not even close to the truth. Which means upright rows and super arm laterals are totally fine for most people until otherwise indicated. Now, most people who do get shoulder impingement, before they get it, can tell that their shoulder joints are not comfortable during overhead movement. Probably the vast majority of people that get shoulder impingement in the gym setting are folks.
Yeah, before the new standards were put in place, it was highly competitive to get a spot into a dietetic internship, but one of my co-workers who became a dietitian told me that her professors said that this year there were over 1,900 open spots for internship.
All right, so yeah, you'd probably get in. I'm assuming they just raised the standards because they had like too many applicants or something. It's kind of stupid. Thanks for the donation though, bend over.
That cannot discriminate between proper burn style and tension style muscle pain and actual joints rubbing up on each other pain. To be honest, that's like almost everyone who's recreationally into fitness who's been training for the first 6 months or a year. And oftentimes many people even much after that. Like your client who's a 55-year-old woman who started training with you 4 months ago and you train her over the internet, when she's doing upright rows, she kind of expects it to hurt. And if it hurts her shoulder joint, she just might be like, like that. That's what working out is. And it turns out that she should have detected it was her shoulder joint hurting, not the side delt muscle or the trap muscle, and then backed off and made some kind of change. It doesn't sneak up on you in most cases. Shoulder impingement can sneak up on you, but that is highly unlikely. You do not have to be paranoid. You're doing upright rows just to here, and you're like, man, I hope I don't wake up tomorrow with shoulder impingement. That's very unlikely. But if you're doing upright rows to here, and you're like, ow, my joint, rack, take out your RP training app and go, it felt great. My joints felt great. It programs you 6 sets next week and you just keep crushing it. That's how you're most likely going to get shoulder impingement, which takes us to our best preventative measures. And I have 4 of them for you today, I think. Yep. First, don't do any exercises that make your shoulder in the joint feel painful or weird. Like if there's some kind of weird clicking and snapping, if it hurts at the same time or it feels like you're grinding joint to joint, stop doing that movement. There are so many ways to train your shoulders. We got lateral raises from every angle, upright rows from every angle, face pulls from every angle, cables, machines. Oh my God, there's like dozens and dozens of shoulder movements. You will almost certainly find 1 or 2 that works well for you. Huge, huge thing. So if you're just doing some kind of upright row that you found out through the internet was really cool, but it's really, really fucking up your joints and you're like, well, it's what it takes to grow, stop doing that. And your risk for shoulder impingement precipitously falls. Next, if you want to try something like upright rows up to the face or super ROM laterals where you go way over your head, these are fundamentally healthy, totally awesome movements that are great for muscular development. But they're putting your shoulder in a loaded situation, in a position where it's not used to, so you should want to ease in. If you're going to do super arm laterals, pick very light weights first and do those for a few sessions or a few weeks until you get the hang of it and there's no weird pain. Then you can go up and load. Or even better, start going up a little bit higher than parallel. Next workout, do the same thing. Confirmed, feels great. Now I'm going up a bit higher. 2 workouts in a row, I go up that high. Everything feels great. Now I go up all the way. And then everything's totally good. Don't just jump in, look at the 20s and be like, okay, I do the 25s for regular laterals, 20s for super arm laterals it is. Boom, let's do tons of sets and reps. That huge shock in the new range of motion, a combination of new range of motion and very heavy loading, is not something you want to push into your body if you want to keep the risk relatively low of shoulder impingement syndrome. Number 3, use good technique, which in part means controlling the
$2. Want to see a kick or keep stream where there are a bunch of Russia simps. The topic is whether we should support Ukraine or not. You would win that debate, but do you think Destiny's audience would see that? Oh yeah. That's one thing Destiny's audience, for the most part, actually agree with me on is my stance on Russia-Ukraine. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Eccentric and use loads that you can handle for at least 10 or even better 15 plus repetitions per set, especially in the first set or early sets when you're fresh.
Oh, dude.
Or higher in most cases, which means if you're doing sets of 5 or sets of 8.
That's funny. Mike looks like MODOK. Give me a second. Let me get a MODOK image. That's good. Want one from a further angle. That'll work.
Of really heavy upright rows or lateral raises. Why? Almost certainly you don't get your best growth then, and even if you did, you have to consider the glenohumeral joint and all of the other joints in the shoulder. God, Jesus, there's no way to say this. That it's not a scare tactic, but it's just not the toughest joint in the body, right? There's a lot of stuff you can do to your knees. You can squat 800 pounds. Your knees are probably going to...
That's, not a JPEG. Fuck you, dude. Fuck. Yeah, still not a JPEG. Fucking ass.
going to be fine. To injure your knees, you got to go doing some weird shit like jump on one leg off a fucking...
MODOK's a Marvel character. He's a villain. I just have to... And yeah, I know there's more accurate ways I could do this. Like a lasso tool and shit, but I'm doing it this way, okay? Oh, I took out a piece I wasn't supposed to. Or did I? Yeah, that works. It's more hair than he normally does, but... guess his ears should be cut off. Yeah. That's good.
You're right. The demand was low for dietitians and supply was high. That principle of economics can be applied to careers lol. I feel I'll get in no problem. Even one of my professors told me that BC I'm white and male in a matriarchy I'll be a shoo-in lol.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
If you're getting enough zinc from diet but a lot more copper, like 5x more percentage-wise, does it matter on the ratio?
Nope. Doesn't matter at all. Thanks for the donation, Sean. There's really no nutrients where it matters if you're getting it in a right ratio with another nutrient. Thanks for the donation, Sean. Donate $2. You may not get it if you don't play the game. I don't understand the second joke, but I do understand the other Red Burb reference. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Fucking building or get tackled in football, run around, jump really high. The shoulders are a bit finicky. They just are. There's a lot going on. It's really easy to create a huge moment arm on a tiny joint. That's a thing. So give yourself the long-term view and try to do lighter reps. Now, here's the thing. Lighter load sets of 10 plus, 15 plus, 20 plus reps per set will burn your shoulders off of your body. It is...
Oh, you know what I should also do? Oh. Okay, that's the wrong one, but... Erase. Doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, good enough. Crap. I don't think I can overlay it over the fucking video. Okay, never mind.
Probably, in my view, for most people, a better way to go about hypertrophy for the delts than going heavy. And it has that extra unbelievable benefit of really reducing your probability of injury risk. If you're coming up with laterals like this and falling back down and you're scooting them up really hard and falling them back down, stop doing that. Go up under control, pause at the top, and slowly milk that descent. That means all the structures don't move super dynamically, and there's more of a chance they're not going to slide up against each other in a way that you might not like. Yes, it's bad for the ego, but it's great for two things. One is reduced injury risk, which is amazing. That's why you're watching this video, by the way. And two, it actually makes your gains better. It would be one thing if I was like, look, reduce your loads and you won't get as good of gains, but it's worth the injury risk. That could be a valid argument, but we don't even have to make it. This is better for both things. It just costs you two things, really. Ego hit from having to use the 15s instead of the 25s on lateral raises, and two, fucking pain, because high rep shoulders are going to have you like trying to lean on something to get the acid out and be like, help. People are going to try to help you in the gym. They're like, are you okay? Let me get you something. You're like, just call the police. The cops get there. You're still freaking out. You get tased, thrown in jail. That's happened to me after several high rep shoulder workouts. It's pay the cost to be the boss. Number 4, if you decide to start putting in movements that go overhead, right, and pull the humerus high in shoulder training, please ease into that movement as far as volume is concerned. Here's what I mean by that. If you program upright rows or high upright rows into your program for the first time in a long time or in forever, Do not do 5 sets of upright rows in your first session. That is actually a really good way to get impingement well on its way. You get that inflammatory cycle rolling. 3 sessions later.
So I know you.
What up VG, you soloed the fuck out of those talks. My dono came in too late since I was 2.5 hours back, lol. Check this out.
I don't know if I'll have time to watch this tonight, but maybe tomorrow night we'll actually take a look at that.
Hello everybody. Vince Goodrum here. I created an OnlyFans account here, and you all niggas should subscribe here. Now, Richard. I demand you to work to the following spam. Twected a spam, twected a spam, twected a spam, twected a spam, 777 quadrillions, 777 trillion, 777 billion, 777 million, 777,777.
Not gonna twerk to that spam, but thanks, Vince Goodrum. Yeah, so Renee, we'll probably watch that tomorrow. I saw that video got uploaded. I do want to react to it. Thanks for the donation there, Renee.
You be diagnosed with impingement syndrome because it took you 3 separate workouts of way too much volume to get there. However, remember the body is resilient, and if you move in a certain way within its ability to adapt, the next time it gets better at handling stress. So if you're really just trying to do upright rows for the first time ever, pulling them nice and high, start with a set or 2 of them. That's almost certainly not going to give you shoulder impingement syndrome. A couple days later, train shoulders twice a week, you do 2 or 3 sets. A couple days later, everything feels fine, you do 3 or 4. A couple days later, you do 4 or 5, and then
just give me a second. I'm going to put this away.
boom, you're into that awesome volume zone and you're getting your great growth. The real good way to get shoulder impingement, or increase this probability rather, is to say, oh, I want to do upright rows, and just blast the shit, 5, 6, 7 sets. And then, you could wake up the next day and be like, fuck, my shoulder kind of hurts. No shit. You don't ever want to do a ton of anything right off the bat. Easing in is a huge deal. Now, let's say it's late for you. You like the prevention talk that I just gave, but you're like, fuck, man, I already have fucking shoulder impingement. So for me, prevention's off the table. Yeah, for next time, I hear you. What do I do now? How do I get treatment? First of all, I am not a medical doctor, so consider all of this as just friendly advice from someone on the internet. I do have a PhD in sport physiology. That's not on the medical side. That's on the performance enhancement side. However, before we go see doctors, there are things we can do.
Calves are a massively important muscle for generating power. You should not neglect calves. It's just that a lot of the training that you might do for something like wrestling or martial arts and shit like that, it works your calves. But if calves are a lagging muscle group, you absolutely should train your calves. And it would benefit you anyway. You can generate way more power off the floor and be much lighter on your feet if you have bigger, stronger calves.
To ourselves. For example, first, just backing off the volume and load is a big factor. I've talked to a ton of people who are having shoulder problems, and I'm like, okay, did you back off on the shoulder training? They're like, well, I'm trying to find a workaround, but still smashing it, bro. Okay, you're a fucking idiot. Don't do that. Back away. Your shoulders won't shrivel off your body. Your body's unbelievable at maintaining the gains it's made. It's very good at gaining the gains back if it loses any. Spend a couple of weeks of very little shoulder training, heal up, and then you'll ramp back in no problem. And in 2 months from now, you'll have the biggest shoulders you've ever had. As opposed to in 2 months, still not being able to train them right and causing even more damage over time by going through the impingement and just fucking up more shit. Next, before you ramp back up into real working weights and volumes, make sure that pretty much all of the discomfort is gone. There is something you can do in the interim though, and that's very light, often unloaded movements that take you through that range of motion. And as you feel a bit better, every 2 or 3 days, you do some of those. So you hurt your shoulder, it's impingement. You're like, okay, fuck, I can't do this shit anymore. Stop all shoulder training. For the next few days or weeks, just after the shoulder feels a little bit better, it will with rest, try to just move your arms through that range of motion for as many reps until it either burns a lot or you can feel it kind of like getting nasty again. Okay, stop. Wait a couple more days. Try 2 sets of that. Wait a couple more days. Over time, those movements that you're doing are really just rehab. That body weight or very light dumbbell or very light bar.
Yeah, so the tendon in your calf stretches and it basically stores energy, and your calves are kind of used as a spring. But again, directly training your calves will increase the amount of forces required to stretch the tendon. So it'll be better at doing what it does. So you should still do calf training.
Our movements is just getting that motion again. The inflammatory cycle starts to fall. You hit it again, it rises a little bit, but a lot of healing comes through there. And then it goes back again, rises a little, back again. After a few days or a few weeks, you're going to be like, dude, my shoulders feel 100%. That is when you start with 1 set of upright rows in the next workout at an actual decent weight close to failure, then 2, then 3, then etc. Don't just go like, hey, I feel great. 5 sets of upright rows. That is almost guaranteed to fuck you up again, but I've seen that about 900,000 times. Here are things not to do, and people do this all the time. Do not get a shoulder pain situation and go, okay, I'll just take non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, ibuprofen and stuff like that. Don't mask the pain with NSAIDs. NSAIDs absolutely do lower the inflammatory cycle. But if there's actually any kind of macro damage there already, as soon as you're off NSAIDs, it's going to come back hardcore. Another problem with NSAIDs is while they do lower the inflammatory cycle, they do lower the potential for that actual tissue to undergo true healing, true reconstitution.
Yeah, the inflammatory process is important for healing. It's not necessarily a good idea to try to get rid of inflammation right away. It's only if it's like persistent and ongoing, and the inflammation is part of the reason why healing won't occur, because some inflammation can actually cause, things like, the tendon on bone contact that makes that creates the injury in the first place. So it's only in those sorts of cases. What is it called? The knee thing that I had, Hoffa's fat pad syndrome. It's a similar thing where if the inflammation's bad enough, because the inflammation's there in the first place, it's going to perpetuate the injury, but you should normally just avoid using anti-inflammatories.
True remodeling, they actually steer you away from that. It's kind of like a short-term fix. So when you are training just for bodybuilding, you don't have the Olympics coming up in 2 weeks. Don't use NSAIDs to
Congratulations, Oki, you're banned.
mask pain. That is a very, very, very bad idea. Feel the shit as you feel it and let that pain be a guide towards easing you into some rehab work and then easing you into some good work without, if you mask it, you'll be like, oh, I feel great. Boom. And then you do even more damage and then it's even worse. Then you need even more NSAIDs. It's not a cycle you want to be in. And also, don't just ice your shit after training and then go back and train hard every other day. I watched an entire team of Olympic weightlifters, more or less, most of the team, put 2 massive ice bags on their shoulders after every session. Why?
Yeah, it's stupid.
If you've got worlds coming up, hey, ice away. You need to suppress all the inflammation until you can get through world championships, win your medal, and then go home and fall apart like Mr. Potato Head. Then you heal after a few months and you go back in. But folks, the people I'm speaking to in this video, You might be a professional bodybuilder, but it's unlikely you might want to be one eventually, which means you need to take care of yourself. Or more likely, you're a recreational lifter that just wants to fucking look jacked and lean and, you know what I'm saying? Say what up to some ladies and like, what's up? And you're like, oh no, got healthy delts. And she's like, oh my God, I love healthy delts. You're like, what? That's it, huh? She's like, most cases do not rely on recovery adaptive modalities. It doesn't mean that the recovery.
All right, good video. Let's actually watch this while I do some grip training. I just gotta get some chalk.
So I know you think you're familiar with the crop deaths objection and rebuttal, but you're not. I mean, maybe you're familiar with some of it, but you might not be familiar with all of it. But just to refresh you, the objection goes something like this.
If you really want to kill the most things, be a vegan. Because the farmers who protect your beans kill everything. In order to grow tofu,
Fucking drives me nuts when people say this stupid shit. The only path to Nutella is also do you remember this about Banger and check out this guy. He has great recipes. Let me see. Wow. That's a really nice pig. That's a nice pig. Wow. Crap. Why the fuck did it do that? That's funny. He likes the massager.
Ride face, put that water on your mustache. Porno swag, 100 G's, Louis duffel bag. Paying pussy, make that dick have a heart attack.
Yeah, I remember that really bad rap. And let me see. Eat more plants. Oh yeah, I know of him. His recipes are fucking dope. I'm already subbed. It's too bad he stopped uploading. I think it's just because he wasn't getting enough views, but he had some fucking banger recipes. When I'm done dieting, I have to make some of these. They're so fucking good, dude. Bro, when I win the lottery, I'm just gonna get my own personal chef. I might even hire him and just make him cook me this shit. So that's fucking sick, dude. Yeah. Maybe we can watch a few of those recipe videos later, too. Thanks for the donation, Lately Path.
Every vole, every shrew, every snake, every turtle, every frog, every bird, every rabbit, anything that gets in that bean field, I'm either going to plow and dismember, which is why the crows and the seagulls follow the combines every year.
So fucking stupid. Crows and seagulls prey upon small animals. They don't just follow combines. Fucking moron.
And then if anything does survive my first slaughter, I'm going to come in with Monsanto and poison the shit out of everything so you can have a tofu salad and not be responsible for any
Monsanto, it's a
death.
herbicide.
You.
That's a really good point, and it's
Hello?
a point that a lot of people ignore.
You ever plow a field, Summer, to plant the quinoa or sorghum or whatever the hell it is you eat? You kill everything on the ground and under it. You kill every
yeah,
snake,
there's that
every
stupid
frog,
fucking
every
series,
mouse,
too.
mole, vole, worm. Well, you kill them all.
And the vegan rebuttal goes.
Alright, so this is Captains of Crush number 2.5.
Is like this.
What do farm animals eat? Air? No, they eat plants, and lots of them. So if the people making these claims really care about mice, then they should go vegan. Less harm to both farm and
That's pretty easy for a
Veganism
single.
actually minimizes the number of crop deaths you're responsible for. The reason for this is that it takes around 10 times more crops to feed the average non-vegan than the average vegan. Due to all the copious amounts of crops used to raise the 60 billion or so land animals massacred every year, and many of the billions of farmed marine animals as well. Add to that the fact that animal agriculture is the leading cause of deforestation.
I think the 2.5 is 240 something pounds. Let's see, 2.5, 237.5. So not bad. Even Larry Wheels, that's heavy for him, so I'm pretty proud of my grip strength. Saw a video where he couldn't close the 3s. Maybe I should try the 3. Why not? I have a 3. All right. Fuck, focus, you dickhead. Is that focusing on the stupid thing? Yeah, there we go. Captains of Crush number 3. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, no. Can get like halfway.
Which kills countless species every single second.
Number 3 is
Carnism
hard.
Is the ultimate way to maximize plant-related killings.
Seems open and shut, right? Well, unfortunately, anti-vegan disinformation, or discourse if we're being charitable, has gotten more sophisticated lately. And I want to offer a more comprehensive debunking and also clear up a few things vegans seem to be confused about. So let's start where we left off.
No, they eat plants, and lots of them.
The anti-vegan comeback here is that animals eat parts of the crops we can't. In fact, there's a popular infographic from the website Sacred Cow that puts a specific number on
That
this.
wouldn't matter.
They say 86% of global livestock feed consists of things humans cannot digest, with nearly half coming
Yeah,
from
it wouldn't
grass.
matter.
So pause and understand the implication here.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. You're still growing the plants. That's just a red herring.
Because of the implication.
We say it takes way more crops to feed animals. Hence, animals cause more crop deaths, plus the direct deaths of the animals we are eating. The anti-vegan says,
did it get so
actually
loud?
because 86% of crops are inedible to humans, and we can feed those to animals, that can't be true, unless vegans are actually responsible for more crop deaths, on a per-calorie basis. And this is where the confusion comes in, including from vegans. So let's take a look at where that number comes from, and also who it comes from, because frankly, it's pretty amazing.
Amazing.
The infographic cites this study from 2017. And if we look right there, right in the abstract, right at the beginning, we see that sweet, sweet 86% figure. So, looks like it checks out. But wait, what's this? In that exact same abstract, it says it takes around 3 kilograms of human edible crops to get 1 kilogram of human edible animal. That's roughly a 3-fold inefficiency in the other direction. The very paper from whence this comes shows right there, right in the abstract, where you can't possibly miss it, and where Sacred Cow author Diana
That's
Rogers
sick.
couldn't possibly miss it, that animal ag still takes way more crops, even when we're looking at just the human edible portion.
Get fucked, Carnus. Yeah, forearms help pressing strength. You need to have strong forearms to have like a strong bench. You have to be able to grip onto the bar and have control of it. So yeah, it's important to have a strong grip.
And to some extent, that's it. We got him. We could stop the whole video right there and say this claim has been put to rest. But it actually gets way worse for the animal ag side of this equation. So rather than just debunking the claim, let's say if we can't actually just pummel it into the dust. Plus I know some of you are still confused right now, and I know that because I did an Instagram poll on it. So 86% of global livestock feed is human inedible. And yet animal ag still requires about 3 times the amount of human edible crops. How is that possible? It seems like a contradiction, right? Well, first let's lay some basic science groundwork. Compliments of me from the past. Even if plants can feel pain, and even if we know that harvesting them causes pain, it still doesn't imply that you should eat animal products. And that's because more plants are injured and killed to feed humans who aren't on a vegan diet. To understand why, let's look at the trophic pyramid. The trophic pyramid illustrates the way food energy is transferred from one trophic level to the next in the food web. So at the bottom, we have what are called producers, generally plants which get their energy from the sun. Above that, primary consumers are those organisms which eat producers. And above that, the secondary consumers that eat primary consumers, and so on. Plus, we've got decomposers that dip their toe in at every level. The critical thing to note here is the energy lost as we climb the pyramid. On average, 80 to 90% of the energy or calories are lost as heat on each ascending level. That's because not all the energy an animal consumes is used to build tissue that we can then eat. The animal has to use energy to move, think, digest, and execute many other metabolic activities, and we humans can't eat the movement and thoughts of animals. Those calories have been largely transmuted into unusable heat. And this is just a fundamental principle of thermodynamics. In fact, it's the second law of thermodynamics. According to Luhmann learning, none of the energy transfers and transformations in the universe is completely efficient. In every energy transfer, some amount of energy is lost in a form that is unusable. In most cases, this form is heat energy. And just to be clear, the trophic pyramid wasn't something cooked up by a vegan think tank. You can find this in any introductory ecology textbook. And the same can be said of thermodynamics, which is part of virtually any introductory chemistry textbook. Now, the exact numbers in agriculture are admittedly more complicated because of the aforementioned differential in digestion between humans and ruminants. But the general principle of energy loss remains. And I know this all might be getting a little technical, but I promise at the end I'll talk about how I'd actually handle this objection in a real conversation. All right, so now that you're refreshed on trophic levels and thermodynamics, come along with me as I tell you about the most mythical and beautiful of creatures, the efficient cow. We'll call her Bessie. This cow's superpower is that she can eat crops and perfectly convert them into human edible calories with no loss in efficiency. And what that means is that if Bessie eats 1,000 kilograms of crops, she'll create 1,000 kilograms of edible flesh. So here we have her eating one of these 86% inedible food units. So the 86% figure—
I just got here. Is this guy dumb?
No, he's giving a debunk to the vegans cause more crop deaths thing. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Is preserved, and we'd be going from 140 human edible kilograms to 1,000 human edible kilograms. But Bessie isn't real. Sorry, Bessie. So let's imagine a slightly less efficient cow. We'll call her Mabel. Mabel needs to eat 5,000 kilograms of crops to yield 1,000 kilograms of edible flesh. But look, each unit of food she's eating is still the same composition of edible to inedible. So the 86% figure is still preserved, but this time we're going from 700 human edible kilograms to 1,000 human edible kilograms. All right, but forget about Mabel. She's also not real. Mabel, we talked about this. Let's key in on what the cow might actually look like, according to their numbers. The realistic cow, if you will. We'll call her Muffin. Muffin needs to eat 20,000 kilograms of crops to yield 1,000 kilograms of human edible flesh. So she's gonna eat 20 of these food units, meaning that 86% is still preserved, but this time we're going from 2,800 human edible kilograms to 1,000 human edible kilograms, which is more like what the paper reports. So this is how these two things can be true at the same time. The percent of human edible kilograms, as well as the total amount of kilograms, both matter and affect the final efficiency. In other words, any percent advantage these animals have with respect to eating things we can't is totally overshadowed by the sheer volume of crops they eat. So much so that even with relatively favorable percentages, they still require far more total human edible crops in absolute terms. And if this still isn't making sense, here's a sort of analogy.
Okay, so yeah, if that's hard to understand, basically what he's saying is even though they eat only 14% of human edible crops, the sheer amount of crops they need to eat means they take up a massive amount of human edible crops. That's best way I can explain it if that was hard to understand.
If I told you 86% of my friends had brown eyes and 14% had green eyes, and you said, wow, you don't have very many green-eyed friends, that would be a hasty conclusion. You don't know if I have 50, 500, or 5,000 friends. So you don't know if I have 7, 70, or 700 green-eyed friends. In other words, both the percent and my total friends affect the total number of green-eyed friends I have. Now it gets a little more complicated than that, so if you're interested, check out the pinned comment where I'll go into a little more detail. But look, maybe the lead author on this study is some sort of crazy vegan extremist, hellbent on getting us all to be lentil-eating hippies. Except she's not. She's this person, with farmed animals in her LinkedIn banner picture. She's the Livestock Development Officer at the FAO, and she's been working there with livestock in her job title for the past decade. And just for funsies, here's a picture of her buddying up with cave painting enthusiast Frederick Leroy and Frank Miltner, a scientist with so many shady, meat-friendly financial ties that the New York Times actually did an entire piece on him. All right, but I'm not showing you this because I think it's impossible for her to conduct objective, worthwhile research. I'm just getting ahead of the inevitable claim in the comments that this study was some sort of vegan propaganda funded by the Gates Foundation.
Gates Foundation is one of the major sponsors of this study that I was just talking about.
So it's f***ery.
Now, maybe you're saying, well, mass doesn't equal calories. Maybe that 1 kilogram kilogram of human edible animal is 3 times as calorie dense as the edible animal feed. So the first thing to note is that the feed is in dry matter. So if we go to Chronometer and search the dry version of the most common crops used to feed animals, and that are edible to us, we can get a rough idea of the calorie density of that food. And it seems to roughly be around 15, 16, 1700 calories. But wait, weren't we talking in kilograms? Why does it say 454 grams? Because that's how many grams are in a pound. And I'm going with pounds, because I'm from America. Alright, so how does that compare to a pound of edible animal? Well, an actual animal isn't a uniform piece of flesh like a chicken McNugget. So we have to look at how the animal breaks down and then do what's called a weighted average of the calories for each part. And when we do that, we get about 900 calories per pound for a cow. So when looking at cows, we actually get less calories per pound. Now, obviously there's going to be some variability in these numbers. The dried versions of those crops might be slightly different than what's on Chronometer, different animals will have different body compositions, but even if we assume a cow is 100% 80-20 ground chuck, we'd still only get around 1100 calories per pound. And the larger point is this, that we're nowhere close to the cow being 3 times as calorically dense as dry matter crops. And just to buttress this idea with something that isn't just napkin math, this paper finds—
Yeah, there's also issues with energy loss via thermogenesis. So if you're gonna like argue humans should have a very high protein diet, that's going to require more calories too because of energy loss through thermogenesis.
That given the current mix of crop uses, growing food exclusively for direct human consumption could, in principle, increase available food calories by as much as 70%, which could feed an additional 4 billion people. And currently, 36% of calories produced by the world's crops are being used for animal feed, and only 12% of those feed calories ultimately contribute to the human diet. But you know what? In the interest of being extra charitable, let's imagine that ideal case for a minute. You have a cow, pig, or chicken that takes in 1,000 calories of human edible crops and puts out 1,000 calories of edible flesh. At that point, it's the same amount of deaths, right? Well, again, no. On average, you'll have the same amount of deaths associated with crops, sure. But then you have to tack onto that the death of the actual animal you're eating, plus all the incidental deaths that occur in the rearing of the animal you're eating. Farmed animals often need to be protected from predators and so-called vermin like rats. Farmed animals will also be killing insects, either by stepping on or eating them. Land has to be cleared for the farmed animals, which will also result in incidental deaths. And buildings have to be constructed, which means trees have to be chopped, ore has to be mined, and some excess fossil fuel has to be extracted and burned, all processes which most certainly kill some number of animals. Now maybe you're thinking, hey, why are you focusing so much on just one research paper? Well, there's 2 reasons for that. One, this is the paper from which this objection was popularized by a very not vegan-friendly individual. And 2, the fact that animals convert crops inefficiently is already well established in the field of animal husbandry, where they calculate that inefficiency with measures like residual feed intake, feed efficiency, and feed conversion ratio. Feed conversion ratio basically works like this. If a pig has an FCR of 3, that means it takes 3 kilograms of feed to get 1 kilogram of pig. If a chicken has an FCR of 1, that means it takes 1 kilogram of feed to get 1 kilogram of chicken. So the higher the number, the worse it is from an efficiency standpoint, and the more overall crops you'll need. So let's take a look at some FCR estimates from a bunch of different places, and you tell me how many of them are above 1.
Yeah, it's not good.
So yeah, and this is the thing. We've got converging agreement between the fields of chemistry and physics, ecology, animal husbandry, and a paper authored by someone who, to say the least, isn't super vegan friendly. The fact that multiple diverse fields all point in the same direction gives us massive confidence in our conclusion that feeding crops to animals will be inherently inefficient. And frankly, the fact that people are still trying to say otherwise is kind of mind-boggling. Like, given what we know about thermodynamics and trophic levels, we would expect to see exactly what we do see in these studies with respect to feed conversion ratio. And in fact, if we saw the opposite, it would be surprising to the point that we'd probably call the study into question.
Frankie's Free Range Mints donated $2. Let me see. Oh god.
The one quote that has stuck with me the most over all of my bodybuilding and weight training is from Kai Green. Video's probably over.
It's funny how he claims to be like a Kai Green fan and listens to his training information. Like if you look at how Frank trains versus how Kai Green trains, it's night and day. Frank cannot do any lift properly with good form. I have not seen him do one single lift well.
10 years old now. I think it was with Muscle Meds or Muscle and Strength. And he's training this guy and he goes, I will never be a weightlifter. I'm a bodybuilder. You know, he's not about moving weight. So, you know, you could take a 40-pound dumbbell.
Yes, Kai Green is not about moving weight. Yeah, 405 on the incline press. Yeah, he's not interested in lifting heavy weights. Right.
And go from point A to point B and think you're getting a really good workout in, right? Or you could take a 5-pound dumbbell and go nice and slow and really flex that.
Yeah, so you're not going to gain as much muscle mass doing that.
New Frank vid.
Yeah, that's a new Frank vid. Thanks for the donation, Sam. The idea that you're going to build as much muscle with a weight that's 4 times lighter when you can use strict, proper form with the heavier weight for roughly the same amount of repetitions, like, you're fucking delusional.
Bicep and contract that muscle. Now, when I do that 40-pound dumbbell curl, I feel it in my wrist, in my tendons, in my forearm.
So, Frank looks like a starving child, and here's what I have. Training, you know, improperly with heavy weight. Yeah, you're definitely better off lifting with lighter weight. Because, yeah, Frank's clearly more jacked.
Forearms, in my bicep tendon, in my front delt, I feel it in the whole arm. But when I do that 5-pound dumbbell curl, I feel it more in my bicep than I did with 40 pounds. So
yeah, you're going to feel it more in your forearm with a 20-pound weight because it's fucking heavier and you have to hold onto it with your hand, you moron. Like, I don't know what that means. Frank, like, he's tiny, weak, and then thinks this works for him in some way. Like, dude, you have no muscle. Girls outlift you. Vegan girls on YouTube outlift you. Like, get a fucking clue.
So keep in mind form and contraction over the weight.
All right.
But it can't get worse than that, can it? Well, remember this graphic from earlier where we just sort of accepted that this 86% represented stuff that humans cannot digest? Well, if we look at the actual paper again, we'll see right there, right in the abstract, it says, of which 86% is made of materials not currently eaten by humans. This is a subtle but important change. Also, this 86% is often framed as basically just waste, and the only thing we can do with it is feed it to animals. But once you start considering co-products emerging in future technology that can process this waste, emerging in future technology that can reduce crop deaths, green manure, polycropping, veganic farming, the fact that some of this grazing land is suitable for crops and or can be rewilded, and that grass-fed cows are terrible for the environment, even this 86% starts to look like less of an anti-vegan slam dunk. But we're going to talk about all that at length in a longer version of this video with Vegan Gaze and Chris Hines. But actually, just for you guys, let's touch on one last bit of this. As vegans, we often hear that even if animals are poor converters of calories, at least they upcycle protein. But do they? Well, to answer that, first we have to talk about soy cakes. No, not those kind of cakes. Soy cakes are what's left over after you extract the oil from soybeans. And while most of current soy cakes are fed to livestock, they can be used for human edible foodstuffs like soy flour and soy protein. Not to mention we don't even have to process the soy like this. Soybeans can be processed in various ways to get various end products, even in your own kitchen. And of the two, soy cakes and soy oil, soy cakes are the primary economic driver, and thus considered the main driver of land use, and therefore in competition with human food production, per the paper's own criteria. But the paper didn't factor in soy cakes
Saitama's workout plan from One Punch Man. You definitely get in decent shape doing it, but you wouldn't be the strongest being in the universe. So, also, if you want to do like a general strength training program with calisthenics, it probably has too much running. Because he was running like, what, 10 kilometers a day? Something like that? That's a fair bit of fucking running. You're almost running. Well, how long is a marathon? Is it 100 kilometers? Okay, so the average is 42 kilometers. So you're running basically 2 full marathons a week doing that. That's a bit too much. If you want to like build muscle, get stronger, you should probably just do more calisthenics training. So just do more push-up and pressing variations like dips, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation though, Goat. I'm just going to put this chalk away and wash my hands.
Inputs for this calculation. And if it had, these numbers would get even worse from both a kilogram and a calorie perspective. But they did include soy cakes in some of the calculations. The only problem—
Good night VG, your shoulders looked insane when you flexed just a second ago. Also something is seriously wrong with Frank's skin, it keeps me out a lot. Dab time, everyone smoke me off to bed, y'all.
Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, Frank does not have good skin in general. I think he is taking steroids, like low-dose testosterone. And he spends way too much time in the sun. He also has a tanning bed, too, so, yeah, he just fucks up his skin. His diet is also questionable. He eats, like, a lot of meat, cheese, so that probably also doesn't help his skin. Thanks for the donation, though, Sky Gardener. Appreciate it. Nice try.
problem is you have to go to the part of the paper no one reads, the methods section. And if we go there and look at this column, we'll see that on average, they don't upcycle protein. On average for ruminants, it's a wash. And for monogastrics, there's about a 4 times inefficiency. And this is the metric where meat is supposed to be king. Now those numbers are of course averaging many different types of animals. But even if we look at the grazed cattle and buffalo in countries like the US and Canada, we still only get 0.9, about an 11% efficiency gain in protein, while being about 4 times less efficient from a total kilogram perspective when looking at boneless meat. But this whole table is going to be explored in more depth in that longer video. Now here's the thing about all this debunking crop deaths rhetoric. It does double duty versus a bunch of other anti-vegan arguments. Vegans use fertilizer on their crops, which kills animals via eutrophication. Cool. Non-vegans are responsible for growing way more crops per capita, and therefore use way more fertilizer. Not to mention the animals also produce feces, which itself causes, you guessed it, eutrophication. Plants are sentient, and vegans don't care about them. Cool. Non-vegans are responsible for growing way more crops per capita, and therefore kill or injure way more plants. Veganism encourages monocultures. Cool. Non-vegans are responsible for growing way more crops per capita to feed animals, and therefore encourage way more monocropping. You get the idea. Now it's also important to point out that ultimately this whole rebuttal was on their terms, on non-vegans' terms. I've just taken it for granted this whole time that we consider crop deaths to be morally equivalent to the deaths of animals we breed into existence and whose bodies we literally tear to pieces in our mouths. But obviously many vegans are going to contest that moral equivalency. It's just that in my
Dude, Aspie looks so different since he went on gear. Like his jaw muscles have like hypertrophied.
Opinion, debunking someone on their own terms with their own assumptions tends to be an easier lift and oftentimes more persuasive. So how would I respond to this in person, in like an outreach style conversation? First, I'd start by agreeing that animals are killed in crop production. Then I'd probably go a little Socratic and ask the person what we feed to animals. Then I'd correct them or add information based on their answer. Next, I'd ask if they think animals convert the food they eat with 100% efficiency, and sort of lead them down the path to see if I could get them to come to the conclusion on their own. Maybe I'd point out how animals use energy to move, think, urinate, and run general maintenance of their internal organs, and how we can't eat those calories. If I couldn't do that, or there were time constraints, or this was in the comment section of an Instagram post or something, I'd probably go with something more like this. Animals are definitely killed in crop production. The thing is, the animals you eat are also fed crops, and they don't convert those crop calories efficiently. And that's even when we consider that they eat parts of the crop that we can't. So by eating animals, you're not just causing the death of that animal, but you're also multiplying the crop deaths you would have caused had you just eaten the crops instead. Even if we look at a paper authored by the Livestock Development Officer at the FAO, so not a vegan-friendly source, it concludes that on average there's about a 3 times inefficiency, meaning eating an animal doesn't just kill that animal, but it also takes about 3 times the amount of crops to feed that animal. Meaning any problem that arises in crop production, more land use, more fertilizer, more pesticides, more greenhouse gas emissions, more crop deaths, is tripled when we add animals into that equation. Also, I haven't talked about the 100% grass-fed elephant in the room yet, but it'll be part of the longer video, and maybe also a video I do independently, so stay tuned for that. And if you want to help me make this my full-time career, check out the Patreon in the description. And shout out to Ryan O'Neill, Tom.
That was a really good video. Let's see about maybe one recipe video, because some of this looks fucking good. Yeah. Oyster mushrooms. Yeah, let's do this. Dude, somebody make me this. If somebody agrees to make me this, I'll let you come over, okay? Looks so goddamn good.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Eat More Plants official kitchen. Today, I'm showing you how to make one of my favorite dishes, Gobi Manchurian. Let's do it. Here's everything you're gonna need to make Gobi Manchurian at home. We got some salt, turmeric, red chili powder, scallions, cilantro, onion, got some green chilies. I'm using jalapenos today, bell pepper, cauliflower right here, ready to go.
So would it be fair to say that you don't have a problem with Joaquin Phoenix riding that horse? Did he ride a horse in a movie? I don't know of any film where he rode a horse. Maybe. There's a good chance.
Go. Garlic and ginger minced up here. We got some ketchup and got some soy sauce right here. First, we're gonna make the sauce. I got a pan on medium heat. Add some oil to the pan, some onions.
Yeah, especially if he rode the horse with a bit. With reins, maybe not.
Garlic. Ginger. Pan's looking a little dry, so I'm going in with some more oil. Mix this in. Once these onions are turning translucent, I'm just gonna go in with some bell pepper. Also some green chilies here. Mix these in. Once that's all been sauteing up a couple minutes, gonna go in with our scallion. I'm also gonna go in with some Kashmiri red chili powder here. And this is chili powder used in Indian cooking. This is an Indo-Chinese dish today, so chili powder going in, mix this in. Maybe some more chili powder, if you like the spice. Then I'm just gonna deglaze this pan, some water here. Mix this in, scrape the bottom of that pan, make sure you get all the flavor off the bottom of that pan. Hit this with some ketchup, soy sauce here going in. Got some fresh ground black pepper going in. Just bring this up to a boil here. Got some sugar going in, or your favorite sweetener works. You could use agave, maple syrup, whatever you want. It's boiling, so I'm gonna turn this heat down to low. Then I'm going in with some cornstarch, slurry. So this is just cornstarch mixed with water. Gonna mix this in until this thickens up nicely. This sauce is nice and thick. Just gonna finish this up. Got some lime, got some cilantro going right in with this. Give it that nice acidity and that fresh herbiness. And this is it. Your finished Manchurian sauce. Remove this from the heat.
Shit. This looks fairly easy. At least the
So
sauce
right here I got
part.
some maíta, got some salt going in, red chili powder going in. Turmeric, this doesn't usually go in gobi batter, but it gives it that glow, so I like it in there. It's optional, it's also healthy, so I'm going in with some of that. Mix this in well, then I got this club soda or sparkling water going in with this. And this is also not typically used in goby batter, but batter all done. Oil's hot here. Got our goby. Just gonna take this, go right in our batter with it.
Oh shit,
And
he
a
just
step
uses
I'm
cauliflower.
skipping on this recipe is pre-boiling the cauliflower. Usually you pre-boil and blanch the cauliflower about 1 to 2 minutes. But personally, I like my cauliflower with some more bite. So I usually just skip that step. It's also less work. Once your cauliflower looks like this, go ahead and remove it from the oil. Right onto a wire rack.
Bro, I gotta make this.
Cauliflower's all done here. Golden fried cauliflower. All right, now we're just gonna mix this with the sauce. Our pan's getting hot here.
Like, that ought to work with broccoli, too. I really fucking like fried broccoli.
Gonna go in with our goby, our battered fried cauliflower. Got this beautiful Manchurian sauce just going right over the top with it. Cilantro, green onion, until everything is coated, and that's it. You're finished goby Manchurian. Remove this from the heat.
Fuck, that looks good. Yeah, I might actually make that recipe sometime soon. So that looks fairly easy.
Top this with some scallions, cilantro, some chilies.
Yeah, that looks damn
That's
fucking
it.
good.
Finished goby Manchurian. Let's get right into this. Got some apple juice right here. I've been drinking this non-stop. This is Martinelli's carbonated apple juice, or sparkling apple juice. Get you a sip of this right here. Now, let's try this goby. Take this to the dome, y'all.
Yeah, it's Jasmine's birthday tomorrow, so I can finally, like, eat food. And we're gonna go to her favorite restaurant, Tenon. I'm gonna get some fried vegetables for sure. I've been craving that.
Goby Manchurian. Who missed me while I was gone? Haven't been on YouTube in a minute, my bad. Hope you guys stick around, because I'm gonna be uploading a lot more.
This is the channel called Eat More Plants. If any of you are interested, check it out. He has some really dope recipes.
You can serve this with rice, basmati rice, and it is delicious. But it's also just delicious on its own. Wow. Don't sleep on this recipe. Trust me on this.
Yeah, that looks fucking good. Alright, let's get down to business. Gotta do some twerking. Let's see, Dominique Lopez donated $2. Happy birthday, Jasmine. So if PETA kind of sucks, what are the best vegan animal rights organizations for people who want to be activists? I have no fucking idea. So far, all the animal rights organizations I've been a part in have problems. DXE, Direct Action Everywhere, might be one of the best. Their leader, Wayne Husung, I have a lot of respect for him. He's a very smart, charismatic guy, and he was involved in a really important animal rights case. So, yeah, if you can, I'd say probably DXE might be better, but it's up to you ultimately. I don't think it's a bad decision to, try to work with PETA. Thanks for the donation, though, Dominique.
I avoid fried foods. Ready to practice twerk.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm ready. I don't avoid fried foods necessarily. Like a lot of fried foods tend to be bad for you, but after just learning about how, these oils just aren't bad for you, even when they're cooked at high temperatures. So long as you're using good ingredients, like in that recipe, there's nothing wrong with eating fried food. Again, assuming you can keep your calories under control, you don't become a fat fuck. Obviously, donuts, not great for you, but, fried cauliflower, it's totally fine.
How old is Jasmine?
She is now officially 29 years old. So, almost 30. Thanks for the donation again, Sam. Appreciate it. Was that Philip, or no,
Tyler, play the... Oh my...
it's not it. Fuck. Fucking lame. Not great. That'll work. Yeah, let's do these two. I don't know if I've done these before. Sitting for long periods of time is bad as it's made out to be. What's bad is if you have just day-long inactivity. If you look at hunter-gatherer cultures, they sit around like crazy. It's just that they have to conserve energy as much as they can, but they do have physical activity that they do during the day. It's just that if you never work out, that's the big problem. I think the recommended amount of vigorous exercise per day is like an hour, 20 minutes, something like that. More is better, but as long as you can get about hour, 20 minutes of vigorous exercise a day, you're pretty good.